Test 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1.
And the one I have right next to me.
Okay, is everybody ready? Welcome to our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's July 15, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. Teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, star 9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Notice to meeting attendees, members of the audience shall not engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including the utterance of threatening or abusive language or other acts which disturb, disrupt, or impede, or otherwise render the orderly conduct of a city council meeting infeasible. Tonight's invocation is by Pastor Lisa Satterberg from the Take It by Force Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Father, we give you the glory, the praise, and the honor. We thank you, Lord, for a beautiful day that you have given us, for you are the one and only living God, and we praise your awesome name. We praise your glory, and we praise your strength. We thank you for the city of Selma. We thank you, God, you even had it in mind before the foundation. And Lord, we thank you for the plans that you have are great. So Father, let the minds come together tonight of your leaders with great unity and wisdom, knowledge and understanding as we advance, Lord, the very works that you desire to do in this city for the community and the betterment, Father, of your people. We thank you that your hand is upon this city as we cry out. Father God, we ask that you would allow your glory to bestow upon this city. Let your name be lifted high in this city. And we thank you for every leader that you've appointed. We thank you, God, for being with them tonight. Strengthen them, refresh them, let them be sharp, and let them be in wisdom of what you desire to do. And in unity, Lord, we are thankful. And in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Everybody, please stand and face the flag. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos.
Here.
Councilmember Oseguera.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted on in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.2B. Tonight, I do have an agenda item that I would like to add. This is going to be for closed session, and it is going to be a public employment matter, all positions per Government Code 54957. City Attorney, do we need? Yes, sir. Very good. I will make the motion since I brought it up. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Okay, we'll add that to the closed session. Moving on to oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item on the regular meeting agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have any oral communications at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online who would like to make a comment?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back and we will move on to special presentations. Special presentation 1-1, which is a presentation by Griffin Structures regarding the fire station campus project update. Chief Webster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, two members of Griffin Instructions are here to present an update and overview of the new fire station campus project. Tonight, I'd like to introduce to you Dustin Alamo, who is the pre-development manager, as well as Josh Kaiser, who is the project executive. And Patrick, if you can go ahead and put the presentation and be able to share that, and then they will present.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, looks like it's good. Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update tonight on Selma Fire Station number 3. We're going to walk you through the progress and next steps for this critical public safety project. Next slide, please. You already have our introductions, but Josh and I are happy to be here and answer any questions at the end of this presentation. Next slide. As a demonstration of our experience, our firm has been doing this for about 40 years, delivering and managing complex civic and public safety projects throughout California. We understand the unique challenges of balancing cost, speed, and quality, especially like communities in Selma who are growing quickly and want to make prudent investments in its infrastructure. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're going to be really looking at 5 key items. The design concept, the cost for that design, recommendations on delivery method, schedule, and funding. Slide. Okay, starting off with the design concept. The proposed design is thoughtfully phased to match operation needs and funding capacity. So we've broken this into 3 phases. Phase 1 is focused on the EMS facility, which is the most urgent need and can be delivered relatively quickly. Phase 2 adds a full 2-bay fire station. And phase 3 completes the program by adding an additional bay on that fire station as well as fire administration. And we'll walk through what those look like. Next slide. So this is phase 1. The white box in the middle of the page there is the EMS building facility, which is intended to be modular trailers, which is then surrounded by a circulation lane, parking in the back for staff, as well as covered parking towards the front for ambulance vehicles, all secured and part as a first step in the site development. Next slide, please. Phase 2 expands that to the east, and that adds a 2-bay fire station, as well as connects the circulation lanes and further ties in the site together. Next slide, please. Phase 3 again adds an additional bay, so making it a 3-bay fire station for long-term growth, as well as connects the fire administration onto this site. And then additionally adds more parking on the front side of the building, on the south side, for staff parking relative to fire administration. Next slide. So that was about 2 acres of overall site area. So moving on to budget, this budget was developed on the basis of 100% schematic design drawings, which is roughly about 25% of the design process, if you will. Phase 1 is projected at 5.94 million, and that is a culmination of construction costs, which include everything from building and site work to escalation, as well as anticipated design fees to complete the design and move towards construction. It also includes soft costs, so categories 2, 3, and 4, if you see on the left, are things like fixtures, furnishings, equipment, professional fees, and contingencies. So all of that together is your total project cost for development, and that's the 5.94 for the EMS facility, phase 1. Phase 2 is the most expensive one, and that's the 2-bay station, totaling about 14.26 million. And then phase 3, if funding is available, is about $6.8 million. We also have a number of additive and deductive alternatives below the line here relative to phase 1. Again, we're going to be taking donated modular facilities and renovating them. And so without really knowing the condition of those in great detail, we've included a couple of additive alternates if the subfloor is needing replacement, if the roofing system needs replacement. You can see those are $320,000 and $149,000 for those additional costs. We also looked at, well, you know, this seems like a lot of money for fixing up a modular. And so what if we were going to just buy a new one in lieu of renovation? Because for renovating a building, you've got to transport the modulars over, you have to deconstruct them and then rebuild them. Building or just buying a new modular trailer in lieu of the renovation would save you almost $1 million. So we would want to explore that in greater detail. And of course, these are really budget level planning dollars right now. You know, the goal is to work with a design build team and maximize the budget where we can, identify opportunities for value engineering, but this gives you a rough order of magnitude on kind of where things are for decision-making purposes. Next slide, please. So we also wanted to compare this to some contextual fabric here. We compared it to Fresno Fire Station number 12, which was recently bid out and awarded in February. And just, I'm gonna go down the slide here and just kind of highlight some differences. Fresno's Fire Station 12 is a wood frame facility. For Selma, right now we're intending it for it to be a steel frame facility. Either works, but steel frame has proven to be longer lasting and more durable. But that could certainly be something to explore. The facility size is a little bit larger in Fresno versus our 13,000 square feet if we combine phases 2 and 3 together for Selma. So looking at cost in today's dollars, we're about $1,157 a square foot. If we escalate Fresno's bid results to today, we're about $939 a square foot. So that gives you kind of an idea of kind of where the dollars are coming in. So there is a delta there. The bid environment's different, you know, different labor pool to some degree. But we also are, you know, Fresno's Bid environment was a low bid, a low bid, if you will, versus a design build bid, which we're intending to do with this project. So low bid is historically the lowest cost you'll get, but contractors generally will make up their deltas, if you will, by change orders through the project, making sure that they try to get more money, because ultimately the contractor who forgets the most details usually wins. Design build reduces the amount of change orders, so it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges to some degree. The site size for Selma is a lot larger, almost double. Mechanical systems are a little bit more robust for Selma. That could be an opportunity where we look into, but it also gives you the ability to climatize your facility individually, so you have more control of different rooms and less electrical costs. Ceiling construction is a little bit more robust, more insulation. Again, going down to electrical costs and heating and cooling. Fresno's fire station was bid before the pre-tariff increases. And so I can almost guarantee that there will be some level of change orders associated with that project in the future here. We've accounted for some level of contingencies there. And then contingencies, we're again, this is a budget level projection right now. So we have appropriate contingencies based on this level of design. Theirs is just minimal kind of day of bidding. Next slide, please. So how does this process unfold? Again, this is a design build process. We are just about to wrap up 100% schematic design. On the basis of that, we would use that to go solicit design build entities. A design build entity is an architect and a contractor that team together and get awarded the project as one sole entity. We would select them on the basis of best value, so qualifications and fee, not necessarily on construction price at this point. We'd work with that team and advance the design towards about 60% design, and then lock in a guaranteed maximum price working with them, understanding that they can help us unlock some value engineering opportunities and really drive in our cost data. that guaranteed maximum price, or GMP, would be substantiated by trade bidding. So at the trade level, we would get multiple bids, still aligning with the public contract code for multiple transparent and exposure process there. And then we come back to council with definite costs on what that guaranteed maximum price is, moving towards finalizing the design and construction. So there's another point that we come back to you guys with, hey, the cost is exactly this. Next slide, please. From a scheduling standpoint, we would round out the fall with the solicitation for the design build entities. We work with that team towards the winter, early spring of next year, developing the next layer of design, coming up with a guaranteed maximum price. We come back in the spring of next year with that price and a definite idea on what that's going to be. And then spring to summer of next year, we would be finalizing the design, going through permitting, and then starting the construction for phase one summer next year. And then phase 2 or 3 would be starting in the fall of next year. And of course, this is just a high level projection right now. We would be leaning on the design build team to try and find ways to accelerate the schedule where possible, particularly in phase 1. Next slide, please. Okay, funding. I'm going to turn it back over to Chief Webster to discuss this.
Thank you, Dustin. For the project itself, we've discussed internally with both Finance Director Moreno and Interim City Manager Kunkel with regards to options and opportunities for funding the different phases. Back in 2023, the City of Selma received a $4.5 million state appropriation through Cal OES for the funding of the construction of a fire station project. That funding, we're currently appropriating the design of this project to that fund balance, and as well as plan to expend those funds on the phases of this project until they're exhausted. Phase one, the again estimated budget at this point or cost come in at 5.9 million. There is a deductive alternate there of just shy of $1 million. So there are some opportunities still there for value engineering, but we do anticipate that phase one of that project can be funded with the entirety of that state earmark money, as well as fund balance from either the ambulance fund, Measure S, or the general fund as the city council sees fit. For phase two and phase three of the project, phase two being the bulk of the expense for this project, with an estimate coming in at $14.2 million. The city does have opportunity with regards to fund balance in the general fund, Measure S, as well as the ambulance fund. However, the aggregate of those fund balances wouldn't be appropriate to exhaust in entirety for the construction of that. And so the city would have to look at different opportunities for either for financing of that project. The finance director and myself had a preliminary meeting with a bond advisor to get kind of an understanding of the bond environment and get an understanding of the costs associated with going to bond for this project. And although that is an option, I think for the short term, we would be facing some challenges just due to the current climate with regards to interest rates and those kinds of things. And so that may be a cost prohibitive option for the near future anyway, but that is an option depending on the priorities for the city council to proceed. And then phase three, we were looking at different avenues for funding opportunities, specifically to a program called a BRIC grant, which is Building Resilient Communities. However, that program was stopped in 2024 with some of the recent legislation that's occurred. And so we're going to have to look out for different grant opportunities for that specific project. The piece that really drives the funding opportunity for grants there is the component of an emergency operations center that's a dual use facility within that phase of the project, which could be utilized for disaster management and those kinds of things. And so we are actively looking for opportunities there. Again, as Dustin stated, and I've reiterated over the past few months, phase one of this project is absolutely critical to our operations, and I do feel that we have that phase funded, and then as we proceed with this project, we'll look for solutions or defer for guidance on how council wishes to expend the funds available from the city. I think.
Next slide.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Council have any questions? I just have a question from an intuition standpoint. I'm no project engineer, but having a new EMS modular would be $1 million cheaper than getting two modulars that were donated. Do you know what the condition of the modulars that are being donated? Have you seen them?
We've seen them. They're old facilities. I mean, the life cycle of most modulars are about 20, 25 years. So to bring them up to standards that are going to last you another 20 years, you'd want to do a lot of work to them. So, I mean, it's more than just putting paint and carpet on it. It's, and of course, the modulars that are there today don't have any of the reflective floor plans that would be specific to a ambulance operation.
Well, am I missing something, or will the EMS, this is what I'm looking at, is almost like a stopgap solution, and it will go away and become part of phase two? the EMS will phase into phase two when that building is built? Is that the concept, or will the modulars always be there as the EMS facility?
The EMS facility will continue to be a need for the fire department itself. And as the department grows, whether or not that facility specifically on that site is utilized for, into the deep into the future, the need for the space will certainly be there. And so, why I guess the term stopgap may be appropriate with regards to how we are utilizing this and the phasing of the project itself. The fire station will house fire companies, fire administration that respond in fire engines. We will also, in the phase two bay fire station facility, house an EMS crew as well, which is two EMS personnel. Currently, the way the structure of this department works is we house two ambulances in the rental facility on Rose Avenue. We have one ambulance crew that is housed at Fire Station 2. And we also intend on bringing on a fourth ambulance here in the near future, and we don't have a location for that. And so once phase two of the project is actually constructed and being operated out of, there at that point, we will still have a need for the EMS facility to house EMS staff there, just because our ambulance, I don't have to say, services continue to grow. And, the staff that, that are housed in that facility, there's different criteria, that are needed for the construction of an EMS facility versus the construction of an essential service facility such as a fire station. And so there's cost constraints when it comes to the construction of either of those projects. A fire station that houses a fire company must be built to a certain standard that comes at a much greater price tag than the construction of a facility that's utilized for EMS facility. And so just from a cost standpoint, as we started this project, and the size and scope of this project has evolved, kind of from inception to where we are today. The original programming incorporated space for additional EMS personnel to be housed at that site. However, it was early, it was identified early that that was going to be cost prohibitive, even with the cost that you're seeing today. And so when you start adding square footage to essential service facilities versus a normally constructed facility or a modular trailer that can actually be constructed off-site, there's a significant difference in that. And I would say that, to your point, Mayor, the cost difference between reconstructing, it being cheaper buying something new versus reconstructing, there are things to consider. And one of the points, because I asked the exact same question, I was like, wow, that's crazy. You can go buy something brand new and it's less expensive. Dustin brought up the point that when those facilities are built off site, the contractor or the constructor of that, that piece of property, they don't have to pay prevailing wage because they're building something that we go and buy, right? And so when we construct that on our property, we are subject to all the rules and laws that say we pay prevailing wage and all those things. And so the cost of labor significantly elevates due to that. And so there is savings and opportunity there between, and that's just the way it works, as crazy as that sounds.
So $1 million savings, would it be beneficial to the city to check out maybe a business that does modulars? We just had a big ribbon cutting there, McGrath. Maybe they could provide the city with modulars. I think they have new and used. Might it benefit the city just to take a look out there?
Yeah, and that's been part of our internal discussion is that exact.
Especially if
same
it'll save
thing.
$1 million.
Correct, yes, and shop local. So absolutely, that's been part of the discussion. And so really at this point tonight, you know, we're wanting to give you kind of an understanding of how this project progresses and what steps we are in to proceed. And the next steps for Griffin is to go and procure the design build entity or the team that's going to, you know, finalize the design and get us to where we have a shovel-ready project, and then as well as the construction management component of those different phases. In talking to Dustin, he's done a great job, one, advocating the city's finances and be able to have the experience and background to articulate different ways to um, really stretch our money as far as possible. And, you know, we're not at a point of, you know, this is not the final number that you're going to see. And I think Dustin, you can comment on this if I'm incorrect. The numbers that we're providing you today is a conservative budgetary number. What we don't want to do is say, hey, this project's going to cost $3 million. And then I come back in 6 months with a change order or something like that because we missed. And the whole discussion with regards to the different styles of bidding and the differences or the delta between the Fresno project and the Selma project is that those are they're different ways of getting to a number. And I think that our projection that Dustin's presented tonight is going to be more representative of a final number, where I think the numbers that you're looking at for the Fresno project are very much a preliminary initial bid number. And then as change orders and adjustments are made due to, you know, whatever things come up in that project, as well as the soft costs that were not incorporated in the initial, you know, $14.5 million construction cost that you were asking about. I think that there will be some alignment there with regards to the differences. And you know, I've discussed with Dustin you know, the kind of sticker shock, I'd say, for phase one of that project. There are site work costs as you see on that budget. I think something of the tune of $3 million of site work. Some of that site work is or phase two as well. And so as you see the circulation, I call it a driveway, but when you see that piece, it's wider than it should be for that specific project, but that's because we anticipate in the future to add that section, that second phase. And so some of those costs are getting shared between the two projects. It's just coming up in the first phase versus a second. And so there is opportunity to trim some of those things down. One of the discussions we talked about was, you know, the savings of not covering the ambulances. And you know, I would prefer they be covered just because they're such essential pieces of equipment for us and so valuable. I want them as protected as possible. But when it comes to budget, we do understand that we only have so much money and we need to be able to stretch that as far as we can. And so we're going to look at every opportunity and really scrutinize our priorities when it comes to the final decision making. And then the last comment I want to make is that in this approach that we've selected, there are multiple opportunities for council to revisit and make final decisions as the project progresses. And so there are off ramps as this project progresses. If we determine that we want to pump the brakes and revisit how we're going to finance this project, or if we want to hit the pause button or whatever that matter is, because we're proceeding in RFQ and RFP and those kinds of things, it doesn't lock us into, you know, proceeding with this project through entirety.
Thank you. Any comments from council before we open it up to the public? Anybody in the public with any comments or questions tonight? Anybody online, on the phone with a question?
Mayor, see no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. That will bring the matter back to council. This is a presentation tonight, not an action item. So we thank you for your presentation. We look forward to seeing more. Thank you for the comment about the modulars. I think that's really good, and I think it definitely would benefit the city to take a look at our local vendor of modulars. So that might really turn out. With that, we will move on from our special presentation to our next item, and that is the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered routine The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of the discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to remove, 2-4 and also I'd like to, remove, 2-3 just for clarification.
Okay, is there a motion to approve items 2-1 and 2-2? Is
Make a motion.
there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 2-3.
Okay, the reason why I approve item 2-3, when I read this, this is officer, on the campus of on the school campus. Question, I'm on the rules that are restricted to the officer. When I say rules restricted is, I know he has to go by the rules of the district, what they require. And some of these rules are, sometimes your officers kind of hands are tied without, what I say, more probable cause. Rudy, on their handbook, as far as the officers on the school grounds, that's what their duties are.
So I hope to answer your question. So their hands are not more restrictive. They're there to investigate criminal acts. They're trained, and it's understood that we don't get involved in ed code and or anything that's outside discipline with regards to the school or anything beyond that. I mean, we talk to kids and counsel them. That's much like a consensual encounter that we might have out in the street or as we're visiting a park or having an event. But they well understand that we're there for criminal investigation. So anytime we work with the school closely, and that's the benefit of having a school resource officer, is they have relationships with the school administration where they can, let's say, triage an incident to see if there's some criminality attached or if it's something that's better served to be handled under the school's administration.
I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay. Classroom. Kids out of control, totally out of control. What is,
We would not handle that.
what is your response on that?
We would
I
not
know
go,
you don't get involved.
we would not handle that.
And if the kid's out of control, starts to yell and scream, pushes desk around, throwing stuff around, what appropriate action? The teacher cannot control the student. How do you justify your actions being there?
If the school felt that they could no longer control that event, they would call us, we would show up, and 9 times out of 10, our mere presence would create calm, most likely. If not, and depending on what the officer sees, they would take the appropriate action. You know, if they feel that there is a danger to other children or whatever the case may be, then they would take appropriate action. So it much, if we respond to a bar and there's people out front that are screaming, yelling, they look like they're gonna get into a fight, 9 times out of 10, just our presence calms the situation. And if not, then we take appropriate action. But they're kind of, those are two different events, but kind of similar in nature, if you will. So, just like when we're dealing with people on the street, or, coming into contact with family disturbances, we always try to use the lowest level of force possible. And sometimes that force isn't even force. It's just us showing up, having a conversation and injecting a third party, which would be us, into a matter, which many times brings people to the realization that maybe they're out of control or that they need to calm down. So yeah, for something like that, we would just, again, if the school felt that they had no control, or if they felt that there were children in danger, then they would call us, and we'd get the benefit of having SROs the response would be much quicker.
I mean, the reason why ask you that, Rudy, is because, you know, I mean, kids are gonna be kids. I get it. I was a kid myself. I get it. But when you're in the classroom, you know, now it's a little bit different. The teacher cannot, how would I say it, cannot control the student. If the kid is out of control in the classroom, he stays in the classroom. Now, he stays in the classroom. You know, he doesn't be taken out. He'll ask him to leave, but if he stays, he can't do anything. He's going to still be in the classroom. But to me, that's disrupting the classroom and creating a different environment. I call it different environment.
Again, if the school felt that they could no longer control that student and needed us to help out with that, then we would do that. And then we would deal with it accordingly. So the strategies or tactics we would use are going to be dependent on that officer and what he sees at that moment. But with regards to taking action, we would only insert ourselves if the school felt that they could no longer control that event or that incident or student, or whatever the case may be.
Well, see, that's what I'm getting at, Rudy. See, you're waiting, the group is waiting for the school to make that decision. Instead of being proactive, say, hey, wait a minute, you walk in, hey, we try to diffuse the situation. That bottom line, I get the part of your visibility.
Correct, but there are civil rights that we have to think about, and law, legislation, ed code. There's a numerous amount of regulations and legislation that we have to abide by, which is why when we do put officers in the schools, they have to attend school resource officer training within a year to ensure that we are able to clearly define those lines and those boundaries and separate, again, ed code and you know, penal codes. And work in that environment, which is very a niche or a specific environment, unique in and of itself.
What I'm getting at, Rudy, what I want is the school to recognize your actions, your officer's actions at that moment. Because evaluate that situation, hey, I have to take this appropriate action now before it gets out of control. And I mean, I can't wait the district to call me. I got to go down to our teacher to call me. This is happening now. You can't let it be, you got to defuse it.
Correct, and I'm sorry, maybe it's a misunderstanding. We work with the district, the superintendent, his staff, and we talk about education you know, before school starts. Every year we meet and talk about whatever issues they're seeing or they're having when we put new school resource officers into those roles. We regularly meet with the school site principals, administrators, the superintendent, and whoever he designates is our point of contact to ensure that they're getting the service that they need and that we're getting the service that is expected of us, to make sure that we don't have those situations. And to this point, I think we've done extremely well. We haven't had any issues as far as I know. Now
lucky.
there's always going to be someone that's not happy with whatever the case may be, but per law and per civil rights and ed code, we've not had any issues to this point.
Rudy, I want to just elaborate a little bit. I think maybe what Councilmember Jim's trying to say is if it escalates, say it started bullying and then it escalates to say physical fight. And then from there, there's bodily harm. What is your action there if you witness it?
Oh, if we saw that, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Okay.
obviously we're going to take action. However, if no one's requesting charges be filed, that, you know, those are things that we try to talk through. Just to mention procedural justice, right? We're always trying to keep, especially our kids, out of the criminal world or the juvenile justice system, because again, they're kids, right? They have a whole life ahead of them. And at 15, you think it's the end of the world, or Did you have another options at 21, 25, 35, 45? You realize it's not that big of a deal. So just trying to educate children, parents on their options, not just immediate, but how that may affect long-term, their long-term future. And I'll give you a good example. On the streets, we'd get calls of parents that their kid won't go to school and they want us to go and take their kid out of bed and take him to school. And we would tell parents, I would tell parents, I understand what you want, but understand the minute that you do that, the minute you call a law enforcement officer to help discipline your child, what you're subconsciously telling that child is you've given up all rights to law enforcement, right? And then you as your parent are going to lose a lot of credibility with your child with regards to discipline and expectation and standards. And the reality is we can't show up every time your child doesn't want to go to school or your child misbehaves, and the parent needs to take some control of that situation and maybe get some parenting classes or talk with some mentors and, to help with the parenting, because parenting is tough. But child misbehaving, not wanting to go to school is not a criminal matter. And we need to make sure that we don't blur those lines so that we can be effective, especially when these children turn 18 years old and they become grown adults, right? Because then at that point, their parents can't do anything for them, and they're better served to deal with the real world. So I like with the bullying, yeah, the words back and forth, and that's a common problem we have, right? Back and forth. But once it becomes physical, if someone's willing to file charges, then we take the appropriate action. And that happens quite often. Something happens at school, no one says anything until they get home, and parent sees that they got a bruise or an injury. They ask what happened. Then they tell us, and they typically, if they call us, and then we do the investigation. What we may do though is, because if it happens at school, we may refer that let's say it happens at 11 o'clock at night and both kids go to school. We may forward that case to the school resource officer. They can contact the kids during the day at school rather than go home at night and disrupt everybody at midnight. So those are just some strategies, I guess, or if you will, to better serve that investigation. But if that better answers your question, Councilmember Avalos, I
Yeah,
hope.
the reason why I'm asking that, Rudy, because I mean, when I read this, it's like, I'm telling myself, wow, it's like, they can't do this, you can't do that without doing this. I'm crossing a line if I do this. I get it. I get that area. Okay. But then I tell myself, okay, if the kid's getting bullied and no action's taking place or kid disruptive, okay, you know, in our society, respect is a key in life, understanding and paying attention. But at the same time, I want the district, if, let's say the district knows some kid is getting bullied or harassed. The parent called, hey, my kid's being harassed. Here's the social media. This is what's happening. Okay. Now, does the district get involved, say, hey, let's have a talk with a parent and an officer at the table. Do you guys come at the table and just be the listener,
Yeah.
not inappropriate action, just be a listener. Your visibility will say, oh, the law's here, so I got to pay attention. You know what I mean?
So, I can't speak to that, Councilmember
Man,
Rose,
common sense will tell you this.
what the school would do. If the school asks for us to do that, then odds are we probably would. But
Okay,
again,
let me ask you a question.
every circumstance is in and of itself its own. It has unique, there's unique variables that go into those situations, if you will, and that those officers would best serve those events as they happen. So there's not a one size fits all approach, right? Every individual is different, every incident is different and unique, and we try to use our best judgment to help in those matters.
Well, have you brought that idea to the district, that plan we just talked about, bringing,
That's kind of the
Not-
whole.
I mean, this,
Yeah, that's.
I mean, open dialogue. It's all you guys got to ask, I mean,
Yeah,
no one said anything. If you don't ask, nothing gets done.
Yeah, we speak with the school district regularly,
I know, but
often
okay, but
about those
has
things.
anybody did
That's-
that? Let me ask that question. They
Y-
sit
y-
down and
yes,
talk
we-
to an officer
I mean,
and the two parents.
when they,
Yes or no?
again, every instance is
Every
unique.
instance is different. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
but has it been done? That's the question I'm asking you.
I
mean,
was,
as
I
an
would assume,
officer, you can tell me if you guys have done it or not done it.
Jim,
A yes or no question.
Councilmember Lewis, we had 34,000 calls for service
Okay,
last year.
I guess
So
it's a no.
I don't know.
That's all I need to know. You just answered it. Thank you. No more.
Any other questions regarding this agenda item? I remember a few years ago with the PD, it was there was some, it wasn't working out, and the school district had hired their own security officers. I think those times have come and gone, and I want to thank the Selma PD and the school district and the council for bringing this up and keeping this as an ongoing discussion. But I really do think that it has worked. This SRO program has worked with the school, and it's a symbol of a good partnership between the two. And my parting question would be, what are the metrics of success here? Calls per service or conferences, as Councilmember Avalo says, or, you know, how do we measure the success of this program?
So Mayor, I think that just kind of the atmosphere at the school is, I think, a lot more open, and I feel kids feel safe. Again, Mr. Councilmember Lewis, I can't tell you everything they do. You know, I get calls during the day from citizens about a traffic stop that we had on Floral and Whitson. I have no idea what happened at Floral and Woodson during that traffic stop, just because, I mean, our people are very proactive. 60% of our calls, 60% of those 34,000 calls last year, just about 24,000 calls were calls that we self-initiated. That means that a citizen didn't say, hey, there's a problem, we want an officer. What that 24,000 of those calls were, officers were patrolling, saw an event and felt that they needed to take action, maybe just talk to somebody or whatever the case may be, vehicle stop, warrant arrest, search warrant, whatever that may be, Mayor. So I hope this kind of lends to your question. I didn't forget. But I think
No news
that,
is good news.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. The
Yeah,
metrics here, because I haven't heard any complaints from the school
I
district.
can tell you that they love our current school resource officer. We had two, but because of staffing levels, we're down to one. That one officer has dealt with the high school and the junior high and Heartland, and I get nothing but praise about him and the work that he's doing out there. I've met with Superintendent Gomes. He's mentioned no complaints at all to me. And we just sat down, you'll see this, to present this agreement with you. If anything, he just wants another school resource officer, which we want to give him. And we've already flown that flyer out for interest. And we're going to pick the person that we feel is best served, that can work successfully in that environment to meet the needs that you talked about, Councilmember Avalos.
Would they be at the high school, junior high, and Heartland, or would they also rove other schools?
They'd be at the high school. Currently, we have SRO Jeff Lewis at the junior high. He would go back there because they don't want him to leave. And then we would have the new SRO at the high school. And I'm quite certain that they have those conversations. Do I know for a fact? Absolutely not. It's not a metric that we can quantify on a paper, like arrest, citations. We measure, oh goodness, vape pens, you know, collect seizures, things of that nature. But having those type of conversations, we just don't measure that because those are very organic conversations and organic moments that happen all the time at the schools. I was once an SRO. The conversation you're talking about, Councilmember Lewis, I've personally had with hundreds of parents during my time as an SRO, but we don't measure that or audit that in any way. And I think by doing that, it would take away from the success of those conversations, because then they wouldn't be organic. They'd be forced because our officers would feel that we're measuring them. And I don't think then it would take away from the effectiveness of those conversations. But we have those conversations all the time. So.
Well, I think the fact that the school district is wanting to re-enter into this contract speaks volumes.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it's not something that's free for them. They're paying for it. So if it wasn't valuable to them and didn't have value, I don't think they'd look for other sources. So I think that speaks volumes.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody from the public with comments about this?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I think this is a great idea for an officer to be out at the schools. We do have nationwide a lot of mass shootings. And I think that with an officer being present there, that would, perhaps make someone think twice about doing something. It would be nice to have them in all schools, elementary schools through high school. So I think this is a really good idea because it just, like, the chief said, it does, make people kind of like aware, okay, there's a police officer here, we better be careful, just the presence alone. And I know that a lot of parents out there would agree also as well. So that's just my thought on it. I think this is a really, really good idea. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody on the phone or online with a comment? Okay.
Caller, you're online.
I'm on the phone.
Caller.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Caller, you're able to talk.
Yes, can you hear?
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item 2.3?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 2.4, the check register.
Okay, okay, well, well, okay, 87, 25, 7, Selma Unified School District, fuel charges. Now, the question I pull this, is all the departments using the district, the fuel, their vehicles?
That is correct.
Okay, so, all right. And then I have a question for David over Horn, 87, 277, Engineering Department, on the $193,000 and 3,889.97 cents. I know it's the now that return, is that each one of the streets, is Measure C Max, is that all inclusive, or what, how's that there, David?
Yeah, I'm not sure about your question. The R, I believe, is
Yeah, April, it was in
partial
April.
reimbursement. Correct, and the finance department or Jerome can correct me, but yes.
Reimbursement,
that
it's called reimbursement.
Yeah, there's multiple projects that go through the special funds that are budgeted, that receives funds from outside, and they're not part of the general fund.
Yeah.
And then there's a portion of our fee that does go to general fund, which is budgeted as professional services in the engineering department for community development.
Now,
That's typically, I don't have it in front of me, but that's typically 80% of that number is reimbursed through special funds.
yeah, okay, on that line of note, it happened in April. Now, can you, well, in the future, let me ask the future. When we do the, like this street is used, let's say, an example, you use Measure B Street was Measure C funding, or Measure D was different funding. Can you give us more of a line item, hey, next time around, say, hey, this way, this C-Max money was this way and this one, that way we can identify how much was spent on those streets and, kind of a breakdown.
We provide that summary with each of our invoices, and it lists that there's three different sections, all of those funds, the general fund, and then plan check reimbursement type funds.
Yeah. That way I have a better understanding visually,
I know we provide that, and that can be provided.
That way the citizens can, hey, man, we can tell them, hey, this money may not be my district, but whoever district it is, hey, this money was used, this particular dollar amount was used in this area.
And
That way the public is, we're trying to be more transparent to the public, say, hey, your money's being used wisely, okay? And, okay. And then, okay, the next one would be, the Amberwood project, which is the 87168, on Rose Avenue subdivision. That's reimbursement again, David. That's,
I think you mean 87-203.
87163.
Yep, 203.
Yeah.
For 603,000, Jim?
That's, no, one underneath it. Yeah, 92125. Yeah, yeah. And Creek, Fort Creek, yeah. What is that there?
So Jerome can handle, Four Creeks is another engineering firm that has a contract to do just plan checking. So, large projects that community development wants them to, we send those plans to Four Creeks. They do the plan checking. Our office doesn't do that, and we don't charge you for that. Four Creeks doesn't, so that, I don't see the line, but that's for
Let me
them.
ask, okay, on that note, David, okay, you're the engineering, and they don't ask you to have their own engineering.
Oh,
I mean,
I review it all. They do all the work. So they
Okay.
do the plan check, then they send it to me. I review it. I talk to them. I make sure I understand
okay,
what
so
they're
you
doing.
finalize it, okay.
They're in meetings with us when we have developers come in. Yeah.
And if I could add to that item, plan check is a fee that's paid for by the applicant. And so that fee comes from the applicant to do their plan check for the plans that they submit. Our contract, we use Four Creeks for plan checking, as David said, but we coordinate those comments to ensure that if we have other projects in that area, David has eyes on it to make sure the comments are consistent and they cover maybe additional projects or other information to ensure that the project, flows with existing infrastructure in the area, other projects we have going on, and takes into account maybe something that's not shown on a infrastructure plat map, but David has knowledge of because he's in the process of planning and a concurrent project in that area.
Now, okay, on that particular note, when they do, when the engineer, the other side doing the engineering, and they're doing all the specs according to the rules, the guidelines that City of Selma or whatever the requirements are, and it's all done. You just do say, okay, we look at it, it's good, and then we stamp it. Bottom line, right?
Long
More or
process.
less.
Yeah. Mhm.
If there's any, but before they do this, David, before they start moving ground or what engineering, they have to give you a heads up. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a trench, whatever it's gonna take place. They have to notify you.
Talking about a private development?
Yeah.
Or a city project?
The development.
Yeah, so they have to get a permit through the community development, whether it's a tract map or a site development. In order to get that permit, they have to send the plans with the request for the permit. And in that process, and we review those plans and we do not approve them for permitting until they meet city standards, California Building Code, all the specifications. Once they meet those standards, then I will stamp it from the engineering standpoint. And then as long as planning and the other departments approve it as well, they get their permit and then they can go build it. And then as they build it, the building department has an inspector that reviews what they're doing.
So technically what you do is you look at the plans that laid out if there's any gas lines or things like that, you would know, right? You would correct it. Am I correct?
Well, it's their engineers preparing the plans, so their engineer is stamping it as their engineer for a private development. We're reviewing it for city standards, California Building Code, certain ideals, but they still have to, they're still responsible for their own design, their own development.
Yeah, but you're the final person to say okay or nay.
Only for certain things. So not for PG&E gas lines, or I'm not responsible for other utilities. We're responsible and signing it as approved based on city standards, requirement specifications, California Building Code. It's very specific. So then their engineer and their developer, their contractor, they have other rules that they have to follow, USA, talking to utilities. We have conditions that we require them to coordinate with utility companies. We do our best under Jerome's direction to make sure that they have everything put together, but it's still their responsibility.
So, okay, so technically they're responsible, you know, if any, I want to say water lines, gas lines. So technically they're responsible on that issue.
For a private
And
development,
then you just make sure that, hey, they're done correctly, basically.
per city standards, per city
It's
specs,
the standards of
for certain things.
the city code, whatever the requirements are. Okay. Thank you.
Getting back to the one that I was looking at, 87203 Dawson Malden progress payment, number 9 Amberwood improvement. It says there's an R for reimbursement for the 603,000. Reimbursed where? Where's that getting reimbursed? Is it I thought there was a bond financing that.
Mayor, that is correct. That's
But
part
we,
of
the
bond.
citizens, reimburse that pretty much.
Yes.
We reimburse that cost. Okay.
That's why we, I know, Pro Tem Mayor had asked that before to make sure that we put an R there. It is reimbursed based, it's off the bond that we got for that project.
I don't know if that's really qualifies for an R. I think reimbursement would be like a third party that our citizens don't have to
Right.
pay.
We could do that, or we could put a B for bond, but we just wanted to
Yeah.
summarize the category legends to not have more.
Maybe a B for bond instead of the R for reimbursement. I just don't think it's reimbursed. And then finally, two more, the Mid Valley 87235, partial reimbursement, 287,000 for the April and May garbage, CVTC removal, inserts and rental charge. What's that all about? I know it's 2 garbage charges, which is usually about 140,000. What's the other stuff? That was 87235. It looks like rental charge 529. Was that a city event maybe? Truck Friday maybe?
Yeah, I believe some of those charges are rolled into a single check.
Okay.
And so when we have a dumpster dropped off or whatever for an event, rather than send them 4 checks, we send them 1 check, right? Saving paper a little bit. You have CPTC, which they do trash pickup for that. That's partially reimbursed through high-speed rail.
Yep.
You may have rental charges that are through the bid for a downtown event or from whoever that organizer is, or if it's city sponsored or what have you.
As a general practice though, Public Works takes care of the garbage receptacles on High Street. Is that right? Is it just when there's a high volume event like that, the Mid Valley helps out?
That is correct.
Thank you. Last one from me. Sound and lighting, Andrew Trevino, great guy. Khalifas, great group. $5,750 for sound and lighting. Is that the going rate for sound and lighting these days? Is there a tariff on sound and lighting?
Negative. So yeah, that is the going rate. There is also an additional charge in there for a generator that he has to rent in order to accommodate for the Selma High School.
Got it. So when you have an event at Selma High School, you have to bring a generator out there to do sound
For
and
the
lighting.
sound and lighting that is required in that location as well, yes.
All right, thank you. Anybody else with any items
I
on the
have one,
checklist?
just confirmation. Check number 87213, and that's for the Griffin Structures Fire Station, and it says it's 96,071.20. It's a grant. Now, is this for the design? That what they charge for the design?
Yes, that's a project, or I'm sorry, a progress payment with regards to the design. And I was anticipating some questions regarding that, so I had my assistant pull some numbers. Year to date, we're just about at 100% conceptual design with regard and ready to move forward with the RFP process for the design build entity. Year to date total I'm sorry, not year to date, project to date total for them is $417,394.69. In that, there's an agreement in place that has a not to exceed of just shy of 1.1 million, but that incorporates the entirety of construction management component as well as some other things that have not come through yet. And so Griffin Structures will be our partner through the entirety of that project. And so there's multiple components with regards to their agreement, but that's where we're at. And that specific payment in question was a project payment associated with the progress that's happened since the beginning of the project.
Anybody with a question?
I have one.
Or-
Check number A7261, lights for bid event, 516 to 519. I don't remember lights being used for that event. The lights were there, but they weren't even up. They were just sitting there. I remember Rose and I had the Director Hans, Public Works people move them out of the way because we wanted to put tables and stuff, but those lights were never used. They never used any lights for the event, yet we're getting charged. I don't understand what's up with that.
So my department, I don't remember renting those lights for any event downtown that I have knowledge of. But whoever rented the lights, if they were down there, when you tell the rental company, bring me 2 light towers, you get charged for them whether you use them or not. It's not off of like a Hobbs meter.
Right, but if nobody remembers who rented them, won't be being charged. Somebody must have ordered them.
I can look into that, Councilman Oseguera, but I have no knowledge of
Yeah, 'cause
my
I mean,
department
when
renting
Rose
light
and I got
towers.
there to put up the tables, they were just sitting there in the way. So we asked your guys to push them out of the way.
I will look into that.
And that was the end of that. And we like,
I will look into that, sir.
thank you, sir.
No parking lot,
516.
right?
516.
Anybody with a
I have
question?
I have one.
Go for it.
87201, Gonzo and Associates, 12/13/24 to 1/31/25. And just not a fact check, but I reviewed my contract and it stated that the contract started January 21st, 25th. So I'm wondering, maybe I got maybe you guys gave me the wrong contract that you guys sent me because it was handwritten. So maybe I'm reading, but I see a contract that was started on January 21st, 25, and this invoice is from 12/13/24 to 1/31/25. Maybe I got the wrong contract or something, but if you have one that's
You didn't get the wrong contract.
Okay. And that's the only reason, and I'm not questioning anybody personally. I'm just saying that, doing my due diligence, and especially that I'm an accountant and I look at the general ledger.
Absolutely. So these are,
Confining with the general ledger, confining with what approval. I'm not questioning the legality of the truthfulness of the work. I'm just saying that municipal governments has to have approved contract prior to approving the payout. So aside of that, that's the only reason why I brought it up.
technically, there's no requirement for a written contract by law with an entity as opposed to a natural
But right,
person.
we don't have to, right now, I'm not into the discussion. I'm just popping it out because that's what
this
I
is
read a
just-
contract that stated 1/20/1/25 and we're seeing a bill invoice. I don't know about that.
Correct, but
you know.
they appointed me city attorney on December 12th. And so that bill that you're looking at there is for the period of time between December 13 and January 31.
Mr. Gonzalez, I understand, I could understand it and understand what you're saying, but you understand, I see a paper that says 1/20/1/25 and we're going back. So I'm just stating the facts. I'm not wanting any kind of arguments or understandings. I understand you're the attorney. I'm just stating I'm an elected official. I watch over the expenditures, and I'm just stating that that contract reads that it started on the 21st of 2025, and we're having charges in December of 2024. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing up an item on the check register. It's refreshing. Thank you.
Oh, we don't need the
Costanzo.
insults. It's just about, I don't have to because I go through this.
I'm talking now, sir.
I understand that.
So City Attorney Costanzo, just to humor us on the council, have you sent any handwritten contracts out recently to Mr. Trujillo and not to the rest of us?
No.
No. Is there any way next week, just to clarify the matter, that you could send your contract again for services out to the city council that you have, your retainer for your legal services? I recall it was typed and it was sent out and it was dated, and I
The
believe
contract I have is written
signed
out.
it.
Handwritten?
Yeah,
It's handwritten.
I'll bring it next
I don't
meeting.
think
I'll
I've
show-
ever had a handwritten
Perhaps you
contract.
could clarify that, city attorney. Yeah.
I
and send it
I
out.
will provide you with the contract that was approved.
I'll bring-
Okay,
That's fine.
great. Anybody with a question from the public on the check register, come on up.
Joyce Cason. I have a question for check number 87230 for a law firm. Or April of 2025 for HR.
What's that check number again, Ms. Cason?
87230.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's women, yeah.
Why do we have another law firm when we have a city attorney?
They would handle employment issues, different types of city law. City attorney, would you, care to weigh
I
in on this?
believe that is services
Our attorney.
rendered for a case that they've been handling for a very long time.
Got it. So they worked on a case that's been around the city for a long time, and this is a legal bill for that case.
And
But
is it through-
that's just a guess on my part, but I see them and I know what cases they're handling. So they have a case that began back in like 2020 that they're still dealing with.
And this is to do with HR?
We just went to an ethics training class, most of us on the council, and LCW, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore conducted that class. So they are in line, they are the council of choice for one of the city's insurance pools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I can answer a little bit more with that. City Attorney Costanzo is correct. This is specific to HR. There are several cases that they handle for human resources itself. Liebert Cassidy, we're part of our RMA, which Liebert Cassidy is as well, and we also have a consortium agreement with them. So it is one to where, let's say I have some questions HR related, I can reach out directly to them. There's no charge for those. However, if we have personnel related items, such as the one from several years ago, they are the ones that assign an attorney to that. So it's HR specific employment that the cases are to them. And this is common practice in other cities as well, to have HR specific, but also you have your city attorney for others. And should there be an item that, let's say, Liebert Cassidy does not cover, then it's one that would go directly to the city attorney.
You're gonna have to explain that to me. I didn't understand what she was saying.
They have an insurance provider. Then if you turn something over to the insurance provider gets to select the attorney. And in this case, we have what is called a self-insured retention, which is very large. I think it's about $25,000. I'm not sure. But that's essentially a deductible that we pay. And then after we pay that deductible, the insurance will kick in and they will pay the attorney.
So we're paying that plus you.
You are.
like it.
Well, with an insurance company, you get a lawyer. When you get a liability policy, you get a lawyer. It's standard practice. It comes with the premium. It's included in the premium. The only thing you pay is the deductible, as City Attorney Costanzo said. So when you get this Risk Management Authority, RMA policy, you get their attorney. That's what you're buying, their defense as well. But they're gonna charge you some money up front for that. In this case, like 50 grand per claim. So it's,
That
it
they,
ain't
that
free.
they simply have the right to select the attorney because they're assuming any liability. They're ultimately going to indemnify you. So they have the right to select the attorney with respect to those cases that you turn over.
They're gonna look at your case and say, does this have any basis? Can this go anywhere? Would the city be found legally liable to pay it? If so, they're gonna defend and pay damages. If not, they're gonna move away.
Okay, just so everybody knows that we're paying double. In my view, that's the way it looks.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Not gonna get into it in the check register tonight, but it's a good point. Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve item 2.4?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 3, departmental reports. City Manager. City Attorney,
No, nothing to report, Mr.
Deputy City Manager, Development Services,
Nothing to report.
Administrative Services Director.
Question for the deputy city manager. I know you and the engineer were talking about, the process of permitting and looking at all their plans. And how are we doing on the casitas? Are they moving forward or what?
The draft environmental impact report public comment period of 45 days closed. We received, I think, 6 comment letters. The environmental consultant is reviewing those comment letters and will be preparing a final environmental impact report response to comments that will then go out for a 10-day review prior to hearing before the planning commission. So we're in the middle of drafting and we're in an administrative draft work product process right now of drafting that final environmental impact report.
I was just asking because I don't know the process, I'm kind of new to this.
Okay.
Thank you, by the way.
City Clerk.
Nothing to report.
Sorry, Administrative Services Director.
I was ready.
Back to you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Recruitment status, just reporting what they are. We have an active recruitment, which is the city manager. That one closes on 7/27. We have 5 continuous recruitments. They're the EMT per diem, the paramedic per diem, a non-safety paramedic, and both the police officer entry level and lateral. We have 5 closed recruitments that we are in various phases of. The custodian, we're in the interview phase. We did have an applicant prior to that. However, that one did not work out. So we are going to back to the interview phase. The firefighter, we are in the background phase. Office assistant, we're also in the background phase. Safety dispatcher, which is a part-time, we are also in the background phase. The community services director, we are moving towards the panel phase. And we have 2 upcoming recruitments, which would be the shelter manager and the human resources technician. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
And the Public Information Officer is in the recruitment phase.
I'm sorry, that one's
The
actually in the back
background
phase.
Thank you. Finance Director,
And to report.
okay. Fire Chief Webster.
They were all deferring their time to me. I've got a couple things to go over, so I appreciate that. Wanted to give you an update about the 4th of July holiday weekend on July 3rd. Well, to start off, I was out of town. I was in Colorado for my daughter's softball tournament, which was awesome, and I was happy I was able to attend that. My staff held it down in my absence, and so with that, I want to commend our honor guard for representing our department during the the fireworks show there at the high school. They did an outstanding job, and they represent our patch well and definitely make me proud to be a member of this department. With regards to illegal fireworks activity, was fairly minimal. Only one citation was issued by code enforcement on the night of the 3rd, and all of our engine companies that were out patrolling returned to their quarters by about 10:30 that night. On the 4th, there was a joint effort with the police department as well, and there was definitely more activity, but also manageable with regards to how it's been in past years. And with that, there was a total of 14 citations that were issued by our staff. PD, I believe, issued an additional 5 citations related to illegal fireworks, and again, activity really quieted down by about 11 o'clock that night. So everybody wanted to go to bed early, and I think that you know, as the enforcement and just the presence of increased police officers on the streets, as well as our fire department resources and people understanding that you know, if you get caught utilizing illegal fireworks comes with significant, you know, financial costs. I think that's really deterred a lot of the use of illegal fireworks. So with all that being said, I believe the holiday went well. With that, we have seen an increase in fire activity just because it's summertime and it's hot. Engineer Marsh, which is one of our probationary engineers, he's getting towards the end of his probation. He's currently in Northern California assigned to the Green Fire as a line paramedic. He just called this afternoon and he's anticipating being extended an additional 7 days. So he's going to spend probably a full 21 days up there. Fire Marshal Rivas was recently assigned and just returned this morning. Actually, he was assigned to the Madre incident, which was near Santa Maria over on the coast. That incident just wrapped up. The next thing, our staff will be presenting to the Selma Healthcare District on Thursday to give them an update on the grant funding for the Lucas devices that we have deployed out on the streets, as well as the community CPR. And I just want to highlight that we've already seen a significant increase in return of spontaneous circulation from those that suffer cardiac arrest with the utilization of that tool. And it's super effective for CPR, and our neighboring agencies that utilize that device have also seen a significant increase in the survival rates of those that suffer cardiac arrest. And so as we proceed through the year, we're capturing metrics to be able to see a difference in the survival rates, and we'll be sharing that in the future. But it really just highlights the partnership with the Selma Healthcare District and being able to utilize those funds that were initially utilized for the hospital and be able to redirect those funds to something that's really a general good for our population, and to be able to utilize that tool and have it available to our citizens is really amazing. And being able to see the success of that, you know, and have people survive those events is really incredible. So thank you to Selma Healthcare District. And the last thing, I will not be in attendance for the August 5th meeting. That's my final vacation for the summer. And then I'll be back in action probably till the holidays. So end of report.
Chief, I have a question, you know, on the fires that are taking place. The fires are taking place, the fires that are taking place in the valley right now. Okay, we have, how many guys we got out fighting that fire right now, Chief?
Currently, I only have one engineer assigned to a fire outside of the city limits, which is.
You only have one person?
Correct.
And that person is who?
His name is Brian Marsh. He's a probationary engineer, paramedic. He joined us from the city of Dinuba just shy of a year ago.
But no one else in the city of Selma, just that one individual?
Currently, yes, but that could change at any moment, or I may get a phone call after this meeting to say people have been sent out. We participate in in the Master Mutual Aid program of the state of California, and in that there's a significant amount of planning effort and communications. We actually have access to live resource availability up and down the state, and we update that every single morning. And if there's any changes to staffing or personnel,
I like that because, I want the young firefighters to learn. You're gonna learn, on-the-job training is the best way. And fighting a fire on the front lines, that's on-the-job training. You learn quick, and you look like, the guy next to you, he's gonna learn quick. You're both on the same team. So I like young people that are being trained to fight fires, to, when they're called, when state of California calls these people, I want you to send these young guys out there and make sure they're trained before you send them out there, have common sense. Cause but that way they learn when they come back, they have great experience in themselves and great dedication as far as, and how would I say it, build their self-confidence at a great level. You probably did it. Am I correct? Made a better person out of you, didn't it? All right, there it is. Answer the question already.
Thank you. Please.
can I make a comment? I'm sorry,
Go for it.
and I appreciate your comments, Councilman. I too feel that on-the-job training is critical. I just really want to highlight my staff that watches these meetings. They're all probably foaming at the mouth to get to an incident somewhere in the state of California. And I just really want to reinforce that our mission at the Selma Fire Department is always to serve the citizens of Selma first. And the state of California would have every one of our fire engines assigned all summer long if we allowed that. And it's really critical that we monitor our staffing availability and ensure that we can staff the city as our number one priority. And we're a finite resource just like the other departments. And when you send a 3 or 4 person engine company to another community in the state of California that needs our help, we certainly want to participate and offer our assistance. But there's a balance when it comes to the staffing levels and being able to fill that. When an engine leaves, we staff an engine right behind it. And there's always 3 resources, 3 fire apparatus in the city staffed with 2 personnel, 24/7, 365. And so when those people are gone, they can't fill those shifts that they're assigned to. And we rely on the folks filling in with overtime and that kind of thing. And with that, there's a balance there with regards to the impacts of people's families and the fatigue and all of the things that go in that. And so I appreciate your support of our department, and I know that our staff, and I'll speak for them because I know that they'd echo the same thing. They feel the support of the council. I always brag to Rudy and let him know that this is a fire department town, and I love that. And so we do work on getting those folks out there, but I always have to reinforce that this place comes first. And unless we can serve the city with the same level of service that we all chose to, then the other communities have to wait. So that's it. Thank you.
Definitely. And I won't get into the Army-Navy rivalry I'm seeing in front of me, but I want to echo the sentiments there. It was awesome. The fire department being out on July 3rd and July 4th in partnership with the Selma PD. Thank you. It really did make a difference. Heard fewer explosions this year than we usually hear. And it really upsets, the folks with issues and the animals, and it's just a bad thing. But it was better this year. And I really think that's due in large part to the enforcement efforts from our fire and from our PD. Thank you.
Mayor, if I just may add, the police department need to be out there because firemen need heroes also.
Go Army, beat Navy. Go Navy, beat Army. All right. Police Chief Alcaraz.
I think we skipped over finance. No. Oh, okay.
We can go back if you want to say something.
No. I just, handed out the, June statistics for you. If you have any questions, aside that, I think we covered it in our tidbits, weekly. And unless you have any questions for me, I have nothing to report.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I have a few things to report on tonight. The first thing I want to report on is that last week we had one of our employees that was involved in a rear end accident. In that accident, there was no injury to either our employee or the other person in the other vehicle, but there was damage done to our brand new thermoplast machine. So unfortunately, thermoplast, we got very little done. We did do some crosswalks as we discussed in previous council meetings, but the machine's gonna have to go to Fullerton, to the manufacturer, to have them look at it and look at the extensiveness of the damage that was done to it, kind of out of my control. So with that being said, the thermoplast striping that I've spoke about trying to get completed before school goes in for crosswalks, in lieu of renting another machine, unfortunately, mine is out of commission. So I'm working on that. I'm probably going to personally make that delivery to Fullerton this Friday, which is my day off. And then I will hopefully have more information that I can give you at the next council meeting. The street department has responded to several, we have some tree issues right now. We've got, I don't remember the name of it, but our arborist met with us today. We have some kind of a beetle mite, something that is mainly being caused from a lot of the wildfires that are happening, and they're actually blowing into this area. The Sierra Nevadas have been experiencing it for several years. They're saying that a lot of it's from the Oregon fires. So now they're in the city. And so what it's doing is it's causing a lot of rot damage to trees, a lot of our street trees. So we responded Friday to a tree, actually, I'm sorry, we responded Sunday on a callback with our on-call personnel to a tree on Chestnut just west of McCall. The limb fell across the road, was blocking the whole road. We went and removed that. Another limb broke off today, and we've been back to that residence. We're going to have the arborist come in tomorrow and remove that. But with going through that whole process of seeing what the problem was, there are several trees along that area that we're looking at to remove right now. So I'm only bringing that to council's attention. We did speak to the homeowner. She was very amicable to us coming in and removing the tree, but I'm letting everyone know. So as we're going through this process, if there are people calling council members and asking what's going on, at least you have a little bit of background of why we're doing what we're doing. It's to reduce liability to the city and damage to properties. So we'll be doing that tomorrow on that Chestnut area. We were excited today. I spoke at the previous council meeting and our sign shop being fully functional. We actually have joined partners with a recycling group from Northern California. We actually received our first bins today and we're really excited. They'll be back in 3 weeks to pick them up. This is going to allow Public Works to use a stripping process to remove the existing laminates that are on the blanks that we use for all of our street signs, and they will be refurbished and sent back. The ones that we are switching out for different sizes that are spec'd out by Caltrans DOT and street signs that we're changing sizes on to just make them more present. Those will be recycled, and the money up for the aluminum recycling, we will be getting towards credit of buying new blanks for new laminate. So pretty excited about that. We're becoming very self-sufficient in that sign shop, and that's exciting. It's been a lot of work. The next thing I have to talk about is the Musco Lights and Schaefer Park. I have reached out to Bradford for 2 weeks, and I am not getting any response from them. And unfortunately, I think the reason for that, and I've spoke to the assistant city manager today and spoke to city manager interim Conkle. You know, when I've solicited these companies, they want to know, you know, who's looking at this project. And so with a clean slate and fair apples to apples, I gave them, you know, we've looked online, we're looking with Musco, they're designing something for us now. And I think that has shied away a couple of the other vendors. And I don't know, I can't speak for certain why that is, but I can tell you, coming from my background, I feel that a lot of the purpose for that happening is the fact that people understand what Musco offers, and they're having a hard time trying to compete with that company. So with that being said, the two options that I previously brought to the council are the only two options I have right now, and that is going with the online equipment that we don't get the warranty. We can look at umbrella policies, which I spoke of. They're not cost effective. They're kind of cost prohibited. Or we can choose to go with Musco, or I can put it out to a public bid. I'm looking for some direction from council on that. I want to move forward. I still want to hit the November 1st deadline, but I want to remind everybody, the longer we wait on making a decision, if we go with like Musco, they had 4 to 8 weeks of assembly time to actually manufacture our product for our project. So the clock's ticking. So I really kind of looking for some direction from council on that one.
Okay, so what does Bradford do? What other cities does Bradford provide the lighting for?
I have not been able to find any real historical data on Bradford. I know they're from the East Coast, and I know that they've been in business for 12 years. And that's not a long time for a company doing that kind of business, or that to be in that industry. 12 years is not a long period of time. I don't know anybody local that has ever worked with Bradford. I've spoke to many people, facility managers and people that run sports complexes. Very few have even heard of Bradford. You can get online and Google them, but again, they've been in business for 12 years. They're kind of a mom and pop show.
But we've been waiting weeks for them.
I understand, because my original contact with Bradford, it was with Terry Bradford, the owner of the company. He personally told me that they would design and send me a design. And so I gave him all the information for Schaefer Park, the same stuff that I gave to Musco, and he's gone silent. He's ghosted me. So I've reached out by telephone and I've sent several emails, and I'm getting no response from the gentleman. So I don't know why he's not responding. I can only speculate. But that's where I'm at with it. So.
Well, we were at the 3rd of July at the stadium, and those Musco lights look very nice, very professional.
They did, sir.
At the Selma High Stadium. I think it looks like a quality product with a very good warranty, but as stewards of the public money, we have to do our due diligence like we all do to make sure that we're getting the very best deal. And this is a major expenditure. So I think the timeline is critical. We want to retain that November 1 launch date because that's when the winter leagues are going in. But we also need to have that comparison as well so that we can justify this huge expenditure of public money to the public.
Understood.
With council, so it doesn't appear that Bradford is going to get back to the city at this point. Does council want to have a special meeting to agendize this, or can we give by consensus? Can we direct the Public Works Director to move forward with the Musco lighting quote as originally submitted?
You can do that, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So one thing Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to put everybody's mind at ease, I want to remind the council and the public that if we choose to go, whatever company, unless it's an online company that we choose to go with, we are going to be using the purchasing co-op Sourcewell. Sourcewell is pre-vetted. All of the contractors in every field, you can buy product from them, material, you can get contracts through Sourcewell. They're pre-vetted, and I can tell you that when you are in Sourcewell, there is a significant discount, a credit that you have to give to the owner of the project. I can give you an example. The new crack sealing machine that we just placed the order on that I've spoke of, that machine was done through Sourcewell, through Haker Equipment, who we rent our big Vector rod truck from. And the credit back on that $70,000 piece of equipment was almost $9,000. That is just for going through Sourcewell. So if the council remembers, I published many of the takeoffs and the quotes that we got from the online stuff and from Musco. And Musco actually came back to us with that credit for going through Sourcewell, and it reduced the cost of the project almost $80,000 from the original quote, which was 636 ballpark. And it came down way below 573,000, I believe is what the number
The
was.
city's still gonna provide the installation labor, and the wiring will be through a local electrical contractor that the city uses.
So what I spoke about was about, yes, the city staff and the local electrical contractor would need to pull in new wires and have new conductors installed in the panel, because that's what's required to meet Musco's specifications to get the 25-year warranty. As far as the city installing, what I presented in my department update, the last council meeting, was when I did a takeoff, or a takeoff is basically a bid, what would it cost me to do the work? I was under $5,000 cheaper than what the contractor's cost was, that is Musco's contractor. My comment that was made in that council meeting was that for $5,000, we don't install these lights, and that's a cheap insurance to put the whole thing on Musco warranty. They have to approve it. It is not our staff going out and trying to do something that we've never done. I did tell you that there's nothing we can do with a good plan, Mr. Mayor, but I did specifically state for this project that I felt that the best option was to go with Musco's contractor.
And if we give you the go-ahead tonight, you can get this done by November 1. Okay.
We get it done tonight, we're that much better off to get it done by November 1. Remember, I don't have any, I have to get the contract signed, which is gonna take a few days. I maybe by the end of the week could get that process done. But keep again, the manufacturing of the product, I have no control over that. So all y'all were there at the meeting with Bob from Musco, and he was specific about lead time, because he even mentioned the bases are precast. So if we wanted to get ahead of the game, if you were installing, we could send the bases, because it takes 6 to 8 weeks to get the other product built. And so that was talked about. Now, I don't think that that's something that their contractor would be willing to do without paying them a second mobilization cost to come back to install the lights. If Musco's contractor does it, which is my preference, it will be done in one swoop. They will come in, everything will deliver, they'll drill, set the bases, pour the concrete, and they'll stand the lights immediately following that.
November 1.
I understand, sir. I understand. I understand, but you have to understand, there's certain things I can't control, Mr.
And it
Mayor.
acts of God, but we're just saying
Understand.
your best estimate is November 1. If
Absolutely.
you go ahead tonight.
That is my target date.
Okay, this is a big expenditure. Does the public would they like to weigh in before we move this forward? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment about this item?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at the
Great,
time.
that will bring the matter back to council. Does council like to give consensus to Director
Yeah,
Hahn?
I do have a question. I just know that when being there in front of Rob, he was very adamant about saying handling this project would be no different than any other projects they've done. And he was under the assumption that if they take it on, they'll be able to get this project done by November 1st. So that was his conversation coming from him. So we
Understood.
just want to make sure, because the citizens have been waiting, our kids have been waiting. This is something that needs to get done, and it should have been done yesterday. So with that being said, I'd like to know exactly what the plan is. Are you going to call them tomorrow? We're going to get a contract signed. Let's,
So the first thing I'd like to say, Mayor Pro Tem, is that you just mentioned exactly it. Bob made that comment. I did not make that comment. So what I can do is tomorrow I can email Bob. I can CC the entire council on that email and tell him, listen, we're moving forward. What is your timeline to get your contractor in here to build the product and to put it up? That way you're not hearing something from me.
Right.
It's out in the open. Everybody can see. It's very transparent. It's very transparent. And I have no problem doing that tomorrow morning.
Okay,
So.
that sounds great.
Comment from the public?
Stella Romero, Southern California. I'm confused at the beginning. There was was mentioned that there's someone that's disappeared that's not taking calls. Is that Musco?
No, Bradford.
Bradford. Oh, okay. So they're supposed to come in and do all the wiring and stuff like that? Is that right?
They're a rival to Musco.
Yeah, it was another company that was solicited. I was trying to get a minimum of 3 companies that do lighting projects such as that to give me quotes. And unfortunately, Bradford said they would give me a quote and they have not provided it and they won't respond.
Okay. And there's not anyone else that can do it. We haven't reached out like to other places, like over on Jensen a few years ago, they did that complex out there. And who did they use? I mean, they started from scratch. That was an empty lot. Can we reach out to them and see who they used?
So I can tell you, council, that we have reached out to Selma Unified School District. There's been contact with the city of Dinuba, who also did a large Musco project. So we have reached out to local people to get information of contractors that they used, contractors that they feel comfortable with, and different lighting systems. And I can only tell you that in this general area, Dinuba, Reedley, I understand Reedley has some as well, have not spoken to them. Most of them are Musco systems.
Okay. So there's evidence that they provide most of the lighting around here, and they've done a good job so far. Be good to have the Bradford, but if it were the other way around and Bradford gave us a bid, but no local presence, and we didn't have a Musco bid, we would say hold off because they do most of the lighting around here. In my opinion, Musco does a lot of the lighting around here. Got proven evidence that you can go and see tonight at the stadium and around. And we need to get this done. We're certainly not settling here. We're going with something that's been looked at for many, many, many weeks now. So if council concurs, would we like to give Public Works Director direction to go back to Musco and ask and say he's got the move to go forward, but we need the timeline on when those lights come in for everything, including the install.
Yeah. It's, it's a big, it's a big chore. If we agree tonight, I like this gentleman to see him in the morning, knock on the door early this morning, wake him up, is here. Let's get it done. Make it happen.
As I stated, Councilmember Avalos, I will send an email tomorrow morning to Bob.
Now, he lives in Fresno, right?
I am not certain where he lives. I believe he actually had a Sacramento zip code or area code for his cell phone.
When you give him the order, can you give him the order with a November 1 target date that you were given?
So one thing I need to understand from council too, where are we going to pull this money from? And then I want to understand I can absolutely, in the email, put in the language to Bob that basically we want a hard deadline. Like we want a hard date when you can get this built and installed. And again, I'll CC everybody so it's published to all the council members and we'll see what Bob says. I mean, again, I have no control over that, but I will be on it first thing in the morning and I get to my office at 6 a.m.
Got it. One of the things that we have in this city is a general fund. We also have a closed session item tonight on a potential sale of a piece of land that would be potentially used to offset that cost. But in the meantime, that would probably be a general fund expenditure. So if he questions a credit of the city, you can tell him that we're good for it, but that we do have some very serious time considerations here. And if he can't meet it, then hey, then you need to come back and email us and let us know that he can't come anywhere close to that November 1.
Perfect. Again, you will all be on that email. So.
Great. Do we have consensus from council? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, do it.
How
And
about
then
Johnny?
get back to us.
Okay.
We're all yes. Thank you. Let us know as soon as possible. Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
And then, do you have any more tonight?
So that was
And thank you for going to Fullerton yep. Thank you for going to Fullerton on Friday and
Sure.
donating your day off to picking that up.
I just want to run in. I have work to do. So
Cool.
thank you. I
Appreciate it, man. Awesome.
Question. Art Center, We were supposed to be getting a structural engineer to go look at it.
So, yes, sir. So we're working on getting a structural, everybody keep in mind, everyone's busy right now. So getting somebody over there, I know that, the city engineer has been working through his firm with structurals that we've already worked with. And unless he can give a further update, we are trying to solicit somebody to get in there now. Because it's an inspection for termite damage, these people are working on big projects. It's kind of small potatoes to them. We are working on it, and we are making sure that Nicolette and the Art Center are open for business, and we're doing everything we can to maintain that until we can get that inspection done. The only real restriction for them right now is the new scissor lift that we bought, and they really want to get it in there, and we want to get it in there for them. But until we make sure that that stage can handle that load of that, they are not putting it in there, and I believe that they're totally understanding of that.
Yeah, that's the reason why I asked, because they're business as usual now. We don't want to expose any of the performers or anybody that's in
I
there.
think they're getting there.
So I believe that the damage from the termite, there's no risk currently to any of the performances going on. Their only risk right now is for the rigging, to change the lighting, and that's what they need that scissor lift for. And we need to make sure that we can put it on that stage and it doesn't fall through.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you. Okay, next question for, Engineer Horn. We talked to you. As Councilmember Oseguera asked, what's the status of the High Street light bid?
So we've are value engineering it like we talked about at last council, meeting with the structural engineer and the electrical engineer to change the scope. We've had internal conversations with staff of trying to think of other ways to get trees down there quicker. We have the overall plan, but if we can introduce some trees with some lights, that potentially that could be another plan B, another option if this rebid doesn't pan out or is too expensive still. So we've been talking with Public Works, Jerome, the downtown strategic plan with the overall plan of the larger trees. So we've presented a couple of schematics of concepts of maybe a different option to do. So we're doing those in parallel to be able to keep going with what we talked about last council to rebid, but also looking at maybe another option to get the trees down there quicker.
When is it gonna rebid? What's the date?
I don't have a date yet. So
When's
we
the
have to-
fastest you can get it to rebid?
It all depends on the engineers being able to redo the plans based on the structural changes that are made.
We're just gonna go up and down the street.
Up and down, looking at different poles and seeing how far apart those poles have to be. It's all those calculations and then coordinating that with the electrical to make sure that we can get electricity on both sides of the street now, which I believe we can. Those are all the pieces that we have to put together to make sure that the plans that go out to bid
You're a
are.
very well-connected engineering firm. I'll bet you can get a structural engineer out there.
We already have, so we're meeting
Great.
tomorrow morning. So
Yeah.
but that's what we're doing.
That's what we need. We're just turning it up because we need these downtown lights. We need them. We need them now, just like we said, like Mayor Pro Tem said yesterday. We're gonna have downtown events. We're gonna have our Beppe Marquez. We're gonna ramp up our events. We're doing our part. You do yours. We want to get that downtown looking much better because right now it still looks like a moonscape. We got all these great plans, but we need the trees and we need the lights first. So let's not delay it by doing grandiose plans.
And-
Let's get the cafe lights
And-
downtown.
And to that point, Mayor, I think your words earlier, trying to get the very best deal for the taxpayers as well, right? And in terms of the bid, I think what we were talking about as recently as today, as Engineer Horn said, trying to get trees and not just like immature trees, mature trees down there that maybe we could use for lights and then determine if we need further lighting. Doing something along those lines, putting them in the parking spaces, doing some of the work in-house, maybe upwards of 80% being self-performed by Public Works to keep the costs down, and then maybe having some of the minor installation work done by another contractor. That would significantly reduce the time to get lighting downtown as well as the trees, and it might solve both issues at once.
Deputy, how often are you meeting with the city engineer about this problem, about this task?
I mean,
that
we
need to
meet
get it
about a
done?
lot of problems and we talk about
Okay,
all our.
but how
problems
often
daily.
are you meeting about this one?
I mean, we talk about it daily.
Can you do it daily then?
Yeah, we talk about everything daily.
So at the next meeting, can we be reasonably assured that we're gonna have a date that when you're gonna go out to rebid on this? Again, you're gonna put it out to bid for simple cafe lights down the street. From our last meeting, I thought it was decided that Public Works would take those existing stumps out, they would do it. And that only the bid that would go in, value engineering again, from my understanding, is just put the cafe lights in and just go from sidewalk to sidewalk. And then,
It would be
tonight
parallel
later,
to the
we'll talk
street
about the
and to-
monuments and all that good stuff.
And to the city engineer's point, we still have to redo the plans to do that, and that's part of the task. I think from staff standpoint also, it wasn't lost that the cost that was presented by a single bid, and there's no guarantee that we won't get that single bid again at an amount that's significantly higher than what we want to consider or what we previously budgeted. What staff has done is try to be creative in terms of trying to get the same practical effect with maybe more of a mature and advancing the aesthetic of downtown maybe 8 years by purchasing mature trees, which are, more expensive, but you can get a look that we would have otherwise had to wait 8 to 10 years for. And in addition, we get those trees, we get the lighting, we get some of the separation of parking, we get use of the sidewalk without having to put in additional poles. If we do that, maybe we don't need the poles. Maybe we don't need the string lights because the lighting in the mature trees provides enough. You can get lighting that turns different colors. You can do a variety of different things, and it would be maybe a third of the cost.
Like we did in the past. That's how we had it.
But again, they were strung between the trees. We're not talking about stringing them between the trees. We're just talking about stringing them up the trees.
Which is
Yeah,
great.
Which is fine.
Let's
just
not
saying-
go
I'm just saying
through
that we're
X
trying to get
alternative,
different
though.
options available.
I
to
love
get the best-
probability distributions
Yeah.
as much as the next person, but what we want is action. What we want is timely action. We want something by the fall. And we intend to
Understandable.
hold you to that.
No, and that's
so I'm just
understandable.
trying to impress from the council perspective.
Oh.
Not trying to harass, just trying to project that this should be a
And Mayor, I
high.
think your point hasn't been lost
priority.
on staff to that point. We understand the urgency to get it in a timely manner. We want to make sure, though, if there's an option to get same practical effect for a fraction of the cost, and we don't spend unnecessary dollars, we don't have to.
Okay.
That's all we're trying to do. We're still following the direction by council, but we might have an intermediate solution.
Great, and we want to hear about that solution at the next council meeting. Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
Oh, yes.
Before we move on to our
Yes, I do.
community
David,
services?
I do have a question, David. Actually, and I'm glad you're here. And the question I'm gonna ask, on the Amwood project, the railroad trunk line underneath the railroad, you give me an update, what has happened?
Sure. So the railroad crossing at Saginaw at the south end of the Amberwood project, part of the UPRR agreement and permit that is issued to the contractor before they do the work is to pothole any of the utilities within that right of way. And pothole meaning they physically drill down and positively locate the top of any utility. So the contractor did that. That was the issue of waiting for that permit with UPRR. They went out and potholed those utilities. They provided then our firm the measurement down to each of the utilities. There's a petroleum line, there's AT&T, there's a Sprint fiber optic line, a Quest fiber optic line. There's other utilities that are all within that right of way.
Okay,
So then
now, on that report, on that note, where we at on what took place on that?
So as I was saying,
That-
but they provide us the dimensions down.
Okay,
And we plot those utilities exactly where they are under the ground and position those on the plans. So when we did that, there were the two lines, dry utility, fiber optic lines that are lower than anticipated and are within where our jack and bore location is. So before we can continue and do the jack and bore, we need to work with those utilities And as far as we can tell, we're gonna have to try and relocate those utilities if we keep the line in that same location.
Okay, on that same note, you said two lines that you, when you pothole, I understand the terminology, you know, and what you found. Now, when you do these designs, engineering designs for, these, because you're the engineer on this project.
Mhm.
And the question I'm gonna ask is, I came from SKF meeting the other day. I learned something, but I gotta hear it from you. Cause you don't wanna hear it from me, cause it's gonna be different. But you just stated that there's two lines underneath the railroad. And the depth, you talked about the depth and how to facilitate those issues. The question I wanna know is, when we do projects of that magnitude, don't we contact I want to say, the area where we're going to do a project and check those lines, how deep they are before we proceed with the ongoing operation?
Sure, so
I mean, we have to identify those things. Am I correct?
we research everything we can. So we research any utility that's in the area.
That's
And
right.
ask them for any information that they have. They only send us what they have and what they have to provide. And any of those utilities, those utility providers don't have drawings that show exactly where their depths are for
Okay.
all of these areas.
Now, on the next note, okay, since they don't, they identify, okay, there's lines there. They'll give the information, hey, there's lines in between those railroad tracks, fiber optic lines, whatever, telephone lines, whatever they are. Now, it's it's our engineer responsibility to know how deep they are. Am I correct?
It
To do the
depends
pothole.
on, it depends on where the plats are and what the information is. When it's
I mean-
when it's in the railroad right of way, we can't just go out and dig
No,
down
no,
and try
I
and
get
find
it. I get it, David.
So there's
But in advance notice, when we do these projects, like Amarillo or whatever, wouldn't we go to the railroad earlier and say, hey, we're gonna take this place. We're gonna need a pothole check on these areas. The plans show that, hey, there's gas lines, there's two entities here. We wanna know how deep they are. We wanna do a pothole check. Am I correct?
Can I jump in real quick, Councilman Avalos? So coming from a contractor background and dealing with UP on other projects before my tenure here at the City of Selma, there's two issues here. So number one, as our city engineer stated, we get all of the historical data that pertains to conflicts on our project. That's all part of what goes into the design with the engineers. Sewer line is on a controlled slope. So that means that it's not flat. You can't move it in and out. It's got to flow from one end to the other.
That's correct.
Okay, so you can only get what information is out there as the city engineer explained. So the second part of that is dealing with Union Pacific. I can tell you, you've been hearing about the Golden State Boulevard project. Perfect example of that. Union Pacific runs on their own clock by their own rules. And for us to go out and pothole those utilities, because fiber is always directional drilled. And when you drill, because I drilled for many years, if you can, you go as deep as you can, because you know there's no conflicts there that you're not gonna damage anything, and it does not work on a controlled slope. So there's no information that could be provided from UP, from that contractor, which is Sprint, to say exactly in that location how deep they are. The only way you can do that is you need to pull a separate encroachment permit from Union Pacific, which could take anywhere from a year to 2 years to get that permit. Then you have to pay to go out and pothole it. That is delaying your job, Councilman Avalos, by several years just to design it.
Well, okay.
So it is not a typical practice anywhere in the state of California. I can tell you that for a fact. And these are the reasons why when we bid jobs out like this, the city engineer puts a large contingency on the project for unforeseen issues like this that we run into.
Well,
So
there you go. unforeseen issues.
And we have no control over those.
But when you know there's the existing things, common sense before you touch, do a project of that magnitude, you would contact railroad company, facilitate somebody, contacts that you know. You know, David has contacts. He's not, he's a big company. He's not a small company.
And UP was contacted through the design phase because they have to approve the project and the plans that the city engineer designed. That is their opportunity to tell the city engineer, hey, we've got 2 fiber lines and we drilled them and we don't know how deep they are. They don't give you that information.
But if you know that already,
If you know that, then you go with the standard practice, which is typically they're not going to be deeper than 5 or 6 feet. Why would you do them deeper than that?
well, see, typically you don't know.
We don't, and that's why I
And
said,
that's the other issue. See, that's where when you, you start, doing a project of that magnitude, before you, dig up the street or anything, you gotta know where the gas line's up before you tear it up, right?
understood.
Okay, same thing in that project. You gotta know where they're at before, even though you say it might take 2 years, I don't believe so.
Absolutely.
No, I believe so. This man has connections. Don't get me. David has, this man's not, he's not a fly by night, all right? He's a big company. He's big.
Understood.
Right?
No,
He's not a small company, all right?
I
It
don't,
took 2 years to get the
And I-
encroachment permit
you
in
know,
that case.
Hey, the reason why I tell you that, I was on Golden State Project, that Golden State corridor. I got hold of the main guy, took out those bushes, the main cat across the nation.
So so,
Just telling you, it didn't take 2 years, all right?
okay, so
Just telling you.
Golden State Boulevard project, Councilman Avalos, has had to be rephased and add a phase to it, a 3rd phase, because they have not got their agreement and their permits from Union Pacific. It's increased the county scope, it's increased the cost of the job, and unforeseen. They have no control over that. All we can do, sir, is that city engineer does his due diligence to pull all of the historical data he can. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if it's a $6 million trunk sewer main or if it's a $50,000 fire service to a building. I've seen jobs where they've had conflicts and that 50 grand turned into 250 grand. It was an unforeseen. They weren't expecting it. They didn't have the historical data. I can tell you, we have stuff here in the city of Selma that I've found since I've been a director here that is not mapped. Part of the big task that Yamabi and Horn is doing is going around trying to map stuff so we have that historical data for designing CIP projects.
But, back to this, back to discussion, bottom line, it comes down to the chase. When you have projects of this magnitude, when you have a delay, maybe 2 years, 18 months, longer, this project might be 18 months today because of this issue. I'm just candid saying that, all right? Maybe less, but I doubt it. But, the contacts you have. But the problem is this should have been addressed a little earlier, before we start doing a magnitude of this other project. Says, hey, we know we got to contact railroad company because we got to go through them first anyhow. We're gonna have to contact railroad company first and then do this other first. But that way we'll know, be ahead of the game, and now, it's a delay.
yeah, it's
Right,
it's
it's a
unforeseen
delay.
delay that
Yeah,
we.
I'm not, the question is who's gonna pay? Now, the second phase I'm gonna ask, okay, we gotta fix this situation. The 2 lines that are coming. They know they can't go under the pipe. They gotta go over the pipe. Am I correct, David?
They'll do their own design.
That engineering wise, that common sense would tell you that, correct?
They'll
That's,
do their
now
own
the
design.
question,
phase. They'll do
the
their-
question, who's gonna pay for that? Is it gonna be on us? Is it gonna be on you? Is it gonna be on who?
It'll be part of the project cost at this point, in my opinion.
So it's an
We're-
incurred cost.
Yeah, if that was known, or if it was part of the project in the beginning, that would have been a cost in order to,
But it's
Get-
not in there. Am I correct?
the utilities are there. They are not shown where they physically are until they were potholed. But in order to put the sewer in at that location, according to the master plan, according to all the design, that's where the sewer has to go. So that, those relocations.
That's correct. It has to go there. Yeah, but correct. I've seen the
Relocation
plans.
would
I
be
actually
a-
seen the plans myself. Since I'm on the board, I seen the plans, okay? And I had to educate myself, what took place. And the issue was, hang on, Jerome, okay? I'm not done yet, all right? I'm talking right now. Okay, pay attention. All right? I don't like raising my voice, but when I do, okay, that's enough. David, I'm talking to you now, okay? This situation, you're the engineer. How soon can we get this rectified? I'm asking you straight up, David, with your contacts and your knowledge. I'm serious. I'm being very candid with you. Very serious, David. This is a serious situation right now. This is a delay, major delay. All right. This is not something you can deal with. This is serious. This is projects that are homes and everything, it's costing money down the road. How soon can you get this rectified, David?
So we're working on the issue right now. We've already met with QS. We've already met with Sprint. We're meeting with them to start the agreements of how to relocate their utilities. Q West has given us a projected time of 18 to 24 months at the most. So their process is starting. So we're anticipating that they'll be able to do that relocation within that time frame. Sprint is what we're working on, if I can answer your question. Working with them, we've met with them twice. We're meeting again with them on Thursday to talk through their process.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, both of them at the table?
Oh, Sprint. They're two different utility
I know it's two
companies.
different facilities, but can we have, the question I'm asking you, because this project's got to be done simultaneously. Both parties are got to be notified, hey, on this day, you're going to do this.
No, they're two.
Well, I
different-
mean,
they're
move
two
the
different
project forward.
utility companies. They operate by themselves. We don't control.
I know they're
that.
operating by themselves, but
So we're
but
working.
they got to work together.
Working with both of them. They're working with us in order to accomplish what we need to be relocated. We've also been working with SKF and Veronica and her team on coming up with a temporary solution to allow development to continue so that we can take this time to relocate this unforeseen issue. So Veronica has been great and her staff has been great to work to review what options we have, and we have a temporary connection at one of the manholes, and it's approved by SKF. It's ready to be installed. So there's an agreement that will be coming to council at the next meeting. That agreement will go to the district at SKF. If those are both approved, that construction can be done by our contractor as soon as that agreement's in place. We've calculated how much sewer can be used in that temporary solution, and it covers over thousands of homes for all of the entitlements that Jerome and his team have seen, while we are working to relocate the dry utilities within the road. Answer your question about, and it's not lost on me that in hindsight, we always wish we would have found what was unforeseen on every project. If something unforeseen is found, in hindsight, we always wish we would have found it. That's just not the reality of how we design and try and do our due diligence to do projects. If I can finish.
But we did learn our lesson from this deal. Am I correct, David?
In the railroad.
Yes, we did learn a lesson in life.
And these utilities are deeper than what is typically known. SKF has never seen these utilities that deep either, according to Veronica. So from all the engineering that we've done, this is not normal. And so we make a decision that we know where it is. The utilities will be located during construction. That's a typical process. For the railroad, that next railroad project, then I can come to you and say, we need to wait 2 years until we positively locate all of these utilities. Then it's a decision of when we want that project done and ready for construction. It's a matter of risk, and it's a matter of the knowledge that we have. So our team does the best we can. Some things come up unforeseen and we deal with it. We're working to deal with it.
Question, Councilman Avalos. So as our SKF representative, are you getting information or are you telling us, Engineer Horn, that the timeline that Lennar gave us, that they were gonna start building 300 homes in their subdivision of next July, will this situation delay that, or is this stopgap measure that you're talking about, will that solve the problem for now?
And that's really what I wanted to get at. Since day one, since this issue has come up, we've been working to find a solution with our partners at SKF. They proposed, as David said, a connection between two manholes that would allow at least 1,000 housing units to be constructed. If anybody knows how long it takes to construct or what the construction schedule is, the construction schedule for the 300 homes is about a 5-year construction. So there would be no delay in any of the projects that we currently have in the pipeline. We wouldn't even get close to the 1,000 units within 8 years, probably. At the end of the day, as soon as we identify an issue, we jump on it. We called SKF, we found a solution. That information was transmitted to Lennar, which allowed them to close their land deal with the Cerimians out at Amberwood. That allows the project to move forward. At the end of the day, when we do things, we do it with various, items looming over us, development pressures. We have timing of construction to meet our contractors' demands. We have different items. We have bond obligations. We have all these items, but we find solutions. David's team was exemplary in finding a solution with
Okay,
our,
that's-
hold on, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
In terms
you
of,
finish
at
it.
the end of
Go
the
ahead.
day, we worked with SKF to find a solution to do what the city needed to keep those projects going, which is what we do. That is what we do in development services. At the end of the day, as David said, 9 feet is not normal for a fiber optic line. Even if we called to USA, no one has to go out and identify where it is. They don't. There's no obligation for private utilities to go do that. So at the end of the day, we work with the information that we have and do the best that we can. Hindsight's 2020. I already told David as soon as we found out about this, should we pothole the next one? Absolutely within the right of way. However, there are time constraints with that we have a reimbursement agreement with another party that may prohibit us from doing that. So at the end of the day, we proceed with the amount of risk needed to keep projects going for the betterment of the city.
Well, you know what? Thank you, Jerome, for making that report. I like that, okay? The next problem, communication, the lack of communication. To know the thing that was taking place, council did not know about this. I have to be on SK board, ask these questions because I'm a board member. And I have to bring this back and I have to tell my colleagues here of the situation. You should inform us, David, on this delay issue. I don't think he probably didn't know either. Am I correct? Yes or no question?
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
All right. Communication is very important to the council, okay?
Point taken.
All right? Well, yeah, glad, well taken.
Thank you. Okay.
If-
Important
Mr. Mayor.
topic. Hold on. The public is chomping at the bit. Let's have some public comment at this time, because this has been a heated discussion. Come on up.
Thank you, David.
Take a little time, and let's get some public comment.
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. So this is all new to us, right? This is all brand new. This has come, we've been to, I've actually been to meetings for 14 years here, and this is the first time I'm even hearing anything. Who exactly dug the 9 feet that's not normal? And when exactly was this discovered? How long ago? Who knew in our city about this? Because whoever knew about this and did not have any communication with council, exactly when was this discovered? Obviously, it was discovered at SKF because Councilmember Avalos sits on that board. But how long has this been going on? We really need that for the record. Thank you.
Our SKF rep would know. He told me when were you told by the director at SKF of this situation?
The situation
Your
was,
last meeting,
they say they probably knew it about 3 weeks in advance,
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? No? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. This is obviously affecting a project that is affected with the public money because, as the deputy city manager correctly points out, this project was financed through a bond. There is a 6-year reimbursement agreement on it, during which time the city taxpayers are paying interest. So you can well understand fiduciaries of the public We are very interested in any delays that could affect this project. It sounds like a stopgap measure has been proposed. It's not going to delay the project in the future. Lessons learned. And I think another lesson of this is SKF's our partner. It's great to have them as a partner. A few years ago, our city really wasn't acting with SKF as the best partner. So I think that has mended, and I think we're all learning the value in really working together and being teammates. We don't have to be adversarial, and I think the situation is showing it. And I appreciate our partnership with SKF and our partnership with our independent contractors and our employees and our council people here. Really important project, and I appreciate us all getting it out. Thank you for everybody's passion on this. It means you care, and we're gonna make this happen. Director.
I just want to address one question. I think that the city engineer got kind of cut off. And I think he was trying to answer. Councilmember Avalos asked about the incurred cost for the relocation of these fiber lines. I want to be very clear that in the design process, even if we knew how deep they were going to have to be installed. They were not going to work with the design that was required, the design criteria for that line. So what I think what the city engineer was trying to say was that it would have been a cost of the job regardless. So even if they knew it was there and designed, hey, we're going to have to drill and install these lines, Sprint and Q West, it would have been part of the project. So either way, the cost is going to be incurred by the city. I just wanted to make that point. That's all.
A minor point. The major point is we want to be informed. We want to be kept in the loop. We can handle any surprise as long as we know about it. And I appreciate Council Member Avalos bringing this to our attention and staff working on this and working on a solution with SKF. Engineer Horn, could I ask you another question before we move on to our community services presentation tonight at 8:23. Did you submit that grant for safe routes to school? Has that deadline come and gone?
They haven't even sent out the direction yet.
Got it. So you don't even have direction. And will that be going in September? Is that about when the apps are going to be due?
September is the deadline. So at the COG meeting on their agenda, they had that safe routes to school application on the agenda to be authorized for them to send out.
Right. It changed a little bit. They changed the points a little bit on like closeness to schools, but not the basics didn't change on that. So I just want to reiterate, we're pretty clear, weren't we, on the council? We want to see traffic calming measures and we want to see speed bumps on our application for that near the schools.
Teams have already researched some of those items, so we're ready.
Awesome. So we're going to be ready to put that in the quiver and get that going here for the deadline, right? And you'll keep us informed. Thank
Mayor
you.
Horn, I have a question, or Deputy City Manager, just so that I'm clear, because I just want to make sure. This little delay isn't going to delay really anything with the project that Lennar is going to come forward and start building July of 26. Is that correct?
That is correct. They reached out to us to get assurances, and after speaking with SKF on what the capacity is of the temporary solution, they felt more than comfortable with closing on the property and proceeding with their development, so that you have no delays. And you know, these are the type of things, as both Michael and David have brought up, these are the type of things that happen with projects. I can appreciate councils wanting to be informed in terms of communicating issues when we have issues. We were working towards a solution, so I don't know if we viewed it as an issue or delay, but I can appreciate communication, and that will be done in the future.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to community services, parks and recreation.
Good evening. So I just wanted to report and let you guys know that our July 3rd event went very well. I wanted to give kudos to all the departments within the city of Selma that assisted with that event. And I wanted to give kudos to the Selma Chamber of Commerce and Selma Unified District for partnering with us in that event and just having an overall successful, safe, fun event for the community. And then other than that, I just wanted to let you guys know that on Thursday, the seniors will be going to Morro Bay for their lunch cruise. And so we do have 37 passengers, myself being one of them. And so I will be joining them this time with my parents. I actually convinced them to go. So I'll take lots of pictures and make sure to share those on social media after Thursday's trip. And then the last thing is I just wanted to give a big shout out to our staff and within our department through the community services department. We have a really good team. Matthew just completed his 1 year probationary period as of today, so we're keeping him on. Don't want him leaving us anytime soon. And so, again, kudos to Jeremiah, Ruby, Nicolette, Sammy. We have Elisa and Kim as well that assist us within our department. And so, again, like I said, we have a really good team. We work very well together, and I'm just really proud of all the work that we do for our community.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Arts Center update.
Thank you. We have a really busy summer. So first, we wanted to just let you know that our 31 SAC teens and volunteers went to Anne Juliet this past weekend. In their next tidbits, we'll make sure that we include the picture of them in front of the San Francisco Orpheum Theater, which with all of their merchandise and programs that they bought. So it was a really great experience. Many of them had never seen a full production before, a professional production. Some of them have never even left the Valley. So this was like the first time they saw San Francisco. So that was a really wonderful thing to hear. Second, we have a rent that's opened right now. Will be open till August 2nd. That's 3 weekends. This last weekend was really great. We had sold out shows, standing ovations. We're hoping to get some really good critics reviews that came in this last weekend. So we're hoping for good reviews. We also have Finding Nemo in rehearsal right now. Our 90 kids were all gathered today and did their sing through, read through, which was really wonderful. So they're really excited. We have performances for that in September 4th through the 13th. Then we have Hadestown also in rehearsal right now. They'll have their performances September 4th through excuse me, August 15th through the 30th. So theirs is first. And those teens are working very, very hard. Hadestown is a show that is on Broadway right now, and the teens get to perform that. So that's really special for them. So you have over 100 kids who are out and about and actually doing something this summer than just watching TV at home. So that's really great. Also, we are in the pre-production of In the Red and Brown Water. This is a cultural play that will be performing this fall. We received a $5,000 grant from the Fresno Arts Council for the Rural Arts Access Fund. So we're really excited to get started on that project. And that's all we have right now.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to thank staff for all your hard work, doing a great job. We really appreciate everything. We're trying to do our part here as well as council. We're trying to help our community show up for the events, come up with new events, think about things, because we're all in this together. So thank you. Thank you for the great teamwork. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break when the public can approach these department heads that they may not see at other times. And then if you don't have any more reports, you guys have a good evening, and we'll continue with our meeting. Thank you.
Hey. Sarah, give me another diet soda. A diet soda. Damn, I gotta stand up.
I've got one item. Oh, that's fine.
Good evening. Okay, be careful going home.
How are you? How are you?
Hey, miss.
Alright.
Fraction. Okay.
The last one is the important one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. They've admitted that too.
It shows
Mm.
you guys have no idea what it looks like from back there.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
Mhm.
Telling you lies. Even roadblocks, but every little thing you want to do. After when he had 3 people to vote, 3 against 2.
Appreciate your comments.
Going for the caffeine and sugar. Probably a good move.
Maybe a long.
Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna have. All right, everybody good? Let's get back into our meeting and move on to new business. Our first item is an action item, and it's the Clean California Presentation and Monument Feedback.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. In 2023, the city of Selma was awarded $3 million by the state of California for what we call the Highway 99 Second Street Gateway Enhancement Project, which includes improvements from the off-ramp at Highway 99 to approximately the railroad tracks, ironically.
The
Staff
tracks again, the infamous tracks.
Staff is here with our consultant, A&M Engineering, to do a presentation on the current status of the construction plans and some of the design elements of that proposed project. In addition, some of the components of the grant require some public discussion regarding the proposed monuments that'll be funded through the state grant. So with that, I would like to introduce Javier with A&M Engineering and as well as his colleague David, who will be doing the presentation.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Good evening. So Javier Andrade with A&M Consulting Engineers. We were, we're the engineers working on this grant funded project. We've been involved since the beginning of the grant application. So it's really a team effort to try to work with the city of Selma to get this beautification project complete. Yeah, so really today we would like to share a presentation. David's going to talk about the project and a little bit of the background, but I just want to share with you, yeah, this is a completely grant funded project and we plan to keep it that way.
Good evening. So on to the presentation. As Javier mentioned, this is a Clean California gateway, essentially from State Route 99 up to just before the railroad tracks. We can go to the next slide. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about the project background, the project features, give you guys a little update as to where the project is. And then, as Jerome mentioned, some of the features that require public discussion, one of which is the Gateway Monument. So we'll go a little bit more into that, and then present some options in terms of some of these features for the Gateway Monument to get feedback back from council and the public. Next slide. So project background. So the city of Selma obtained this grant. The grant's purpose is to revitalize 2nd Street from State Route 99 going into downtown. The project goals is to reduce the amount of waste, debris, beautify this corridor, and essentially just overall clean California. Its purpose is to improve public spaces. Next slide. So some of the features for this project, we're reconstructing the sidewalk. We're planning to put a stamp on the sidewalk. So this is an artistic feature. We're redoing redoing the curb ramps along 2nd Street. We are putting Chinese pistache trees along this corridor, trash receptacles, benches at Berry Park, and one of the images you see in the presentation right now is downtown pylon monument. So this is a vertical kind of gateway into downtown. It would say, downtown Selma. On the way back from downtown, it said, "Thank you for visiting Selma." The idea is this would be pretty much at the intersection of West Front Street and 2nd Avenue. This monument would also have a pole near or attached to it. So banners could be attached or placed across the street if the city ever wanted to do that. So it's a great feature for the project. Next slide.
David, if I could add a couple of items.
Yes.
A lot of these features are coordinating with the downtown strategic plan, such as you'll see the Chinese pistache trees, which are part of the downtown. This is meant to be almost like a runway to downtown, right? And I think it was discussed at the bid meeting last night, trying to coordinate some of the trash receptacles and the other street furniture so that it's coordinated and cohesive with downtown, so that it's really an extension and, like I said, a runway or a red carpet to downtown. As David also said, we've hosted through the grant some cleanup events with community services, the Selma Beautification Committee. Some of those items were also funded through the grant to help pick up that area in that portion of town as well. Thank you, David.
Yeah, no problem. Next one. So moving on with the project features. So the Gateway Monument, we'll talk more about this later, but essentially these features, it's located at the highway off-ramps. So this is within Caltrans right away. And essentially that's what makes it a gateway feature. It's art It's community signage within Caltrans for the community. Along with that, we're proposing decorative crosswalks with a pattern that's different than normal. And we're also proposing solar streetlights along this corridor. The purpose for this is we're expecting to have cost savings in the long term versus having a PG&E utility bill for those lights. Additionally, if we it provides cost savings in terms of having to reconstruct the circuit along the street, so running wire. That would be a huge cost savings versus solar lighting.
And if I could add to that too, I think the rendering of the solar light shown is not the only option. I think we have another option from the same manufacturer that looks more like a lantern that may be more in line with some of the thematic elements that we have in downtown. I have the brochure up that we can look at that later if we want to as well. But that is not the only option. The idea, again, is to be cohesive in downtown. We have issues with some of the wiring downtown that we've looked to replace with the arc circuit, and as has been well documented, some of that lighting downtown is well in over 100 years old in some areas. And so if we can get grants to replace some of the lighting, it not only replaces a piece of infrastructure that requires ongoing maintenance and repair and staff dedication, but also eliminates a utility bill in the process, right? And so those type of elements are more sustainable for the city, and then also gives us maybe a pilot project to maybe continue some of those lantern looking lights in other parts of town.
Next slide. Thank you. So project update. Right now we're at about 90% plans. So we're moving along pretty well. There's ongoing reviews, so we're meeting with Caltrans for approval. We need an encroachment permit since we are encroaching into Caltrans right away. And as I mentioned, the gateway feature, gateway monument, which is at the freeway off ramps, that requires also another permit through Caltrans. And the public meeting is one of those requirements, which is one of the reasons why we also are here. So the project is expected to be constructed by June 30th, 2026. That is our deadline. So we're on track to meet that deadline. Next slide. So the Gateway Monument. So as I mentioned earlier, this consists of community text and an art feature. So these corners are approximately 75 by 75 feet. Mostly it's xeriscaped, which is rockscape. That's what we're proposing. We have a community signage that reads something to the effect, welcome to Selma, City of Selma, or just Selma. Currently, we're proposing a bear bronze statue on top of the mound. It seems to be representative of California, of the city. And we're keeping the existing trees within those corners at the highway off-ramp. Next slide. So now we're going to present a few options for council of the same concept, but just a little bit different. So option one, it's a simple rockscaping. We have the mound, we have the statue, we have the signage, we have some boulders there, and different rock colors, different types of rocks. And the good thing about this option, it's low maintenance. It's there. You don't have to do much with it. So now we'll move on to option two on the next slide. So this one's a little more intricate. It's still mostly rockscaping, but we can get creative with it. So in this case, one idea is to do radial features. So we'll have different colored rocks and create just features. And
Can we have option two with welcome to Selma? Could we change?
Yes, for sure. And then if we move on to the next slide, option three, This one incorporates landscaping. So maybe instead of boulders, we incorporate some plants, drought tolerant plants. Um, so yeah. So these are the three basic concepts that we want to present. And within that, since you mentioned, the signage, we also have options for for some of the specific elements. So if we move on to the next slide, um, in terms of the rocks, so we have approximately three areas of rock. So we kind of have the base, then we have the mound, and then the top where the statue is. And within that, currently we propose what we thought would be good, which would be granite at the base. In this case, California gold and green rock as the radials. But there's other options too. There's a variety of reddish pink rocks. There's white rock. There's like salt and pepper pebbles, black pebbles. So even though we presented this type of rock, that's a feature that can change based on feedback from council and the public. Next slide. If we wanted to go a landscape route, there's a variety of drought tolerant plants that thrive in the valley, and you can see them commonplace throughout, such as lavender, sage, agave, dwarf olives, little john, bottlebrush bushes. And then next slide, we have the signage. What do we want? We currently, it could say Selma, it could say welcome to Selma, it could say City of Selma, something to that effect, but it does have to be community based. So we can't just say anything, right? And yeah, so those are the three options that we think would fit well in this case.
Could you do it in 3 different languages? Can you do like Bienvenidos a Selma, Sasricala Selma, and Welcome to Selma? Or is it just too busy?
It would probably be tough to get that much lettering.
And the thing that I would say is we're trying to be sensitive to cost to try and get the grant to go as far as we can too, is right. In terms of, we have a pretty long distance to go in terms of overall improvement, and 3 million isn't what it used to be in some cases.
Yeah.
So we're trying to maximize value wherever we can. We might be able to look at maybe doing one corner in one language, maybe another corner in English, maybe, the southbound ramp
Yeah.
off of 99 with, Bienvenidos, or
This reflects the diversity of our
Absolutely.
city,
Absolutely.
which is a hallmark of our city.
Absolutely.
So the statute,
Yeah, that's
this is kind of an idea of so,
There's the
so this is actually something that's available right now, and we want to talk a little bit in terms of more constraints for the statute. So it's been hard to find statutes that fit. Part of it is cost. So this is a stock statute versus something custom would be 3 times the cost. So we're talking about something that can cost 30,000 versus 75,000 if we went custom. Also constraints. So per the grant, it has to be Buy America. It hasn't been easy finding vendors who actually make their statues here. For the most part, we've found that a lot of the vendors who have stock statues, they buy them from China, from other places, resell them here. To make something here for that price is
How much is the bear?
so this specific one, if it's just stock, it runs around 30,000.
30,000.
Yeah.
30,000.
Yeah. If we want to do something custom, like if the city said we want to do our own statue, our features, that costs around $75,000.
How about American flag?
We could just like a flag in a
Statue of an American flag, just like a rendering of the American flag with the colors. Would they fade, or would you be able to do a statue of the American flag?
we could do some research to see if we found something, but if it's custom,
Find some, no, stock, if you could find some
Right.
stock.
we can try to look for it, for sure. It might be hard, but
Are we still in that time frame where we can actually look, or are you looking for a decision from us tonight in terms of how we want to move on this?
I think what we're looking is for feedback. I think we chose the Selma Bear as part of it. I heard some discussions about the high school and coloring up there as well. You know, black, orange, and purple with the lavender, I think would be nice to symbolize grapes as well, but what do I know?
Grapes.
In terms of the bear, I think Selma Bear is synonymous with Selma, right? At the end of the day, as David said, we have some constraints. I think we looked at some of these statues that were overseas and we could get them, but the grant requires us to get them from, you know, the United States, which isn't the worst thing, but it does increase the cost.
The reason I bring up the American flag is I love the American flag, like we all do, but also because, as you mentioned, this is a welcome mat, and it takes you right into our Veterans Park and right in those beautiful statues of our armed forces and our soldiers. And what better precursor to that would be, you know, than that would be American flag too. Just setting the table for that, so to speak.
I think this is a question for David in terms of maybe we can find kind of a middle ground in terms of maybe doing an actual American flag on a flagpole because it can be replaced rather easily and we get kind of best of both worlds, right? It will actually be moving, which is much more graceful in a lot of ways than a static statue. In addition to us having a Selma Bear that represents, you know, the community currently. So I don't know if we can have a flag within the right of way. That might be a discussion that we have with Caltrans.
Caltrans, I'm sure they would weigh in on it, but we wouldn't want it to be a traffic hazard. But if we could have it at the appropriate height, maybe we could get a flagpole in there.
Yeah, so we can look into that.
Great.
yeah, definitely. Next slide. Yeah, so, feedback. So now
You're getting it.
yeah, we're getting it. But essentially, yeah, we want to hear from council, from the public. Any comments, suggestions on the elements we mentioned, anything you like, anything you don't like.
At this
And
stage, are we under the $3 million budget? If we just said, we like everything you showed us, option one, run with it, is that gonna be less than, are we gonna be within budget?
currently we're at budget.
Okay. What if we went with the lantern lights? Are you gonna show us the lantern lights?
We can show you the lantern lights. I think the cost is similar to both. I think it's
Similar?
interchangeable.
And they're solar too, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe this is the last slide. So with that, we can go to the next slide. It'll just say questions, but
What I can do is I think the PDF is up. That's a brochure from the vendor. And they have both, that lower left-hand corner. But what you can see is a little dark, but you can see it kind of looks like a lantern right there on the right. On the right. Yeah, it's a little dark.
Okay.
Here, hold on a second.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah. Lantern is that one, not the opera. The lantern's the other one, or are they both?
Yeah, the bell is the lantern looking one, which
Boke.
yeah, so the opera is the one we currently have in the specs, the ones you saw on the
Got it.
previous
Opera is
slide.
what you showed us in the
Yep.
diagram. Okay. The opera is a little more colorful. Is there any other color that comes with the lantern?
it looks like the pole, they have black and it looks like green.
Huh.
But the thing I would say is also in downtown, I think our benches and our trash cans are black. And so it would match with,
Right.
with a lantern style head, whether it's a black pole as well. I don't know. We have black poles now, keeping kind of that theme in downtown. Yeah.
Yeah, the opera, it could show a little dirt too.
I think the opera is a little too modern for
Yeah, given
We're-
our
we're doing-
roots theme
yeah.
and our downtown, we're putting the
Well,
trash
I like
cans.
option two. I don't know what everybody else likes, but option two I like.
Good with option two. Anybody?
But I would like it to say, welcome to Selma.
Yeah, me
Okay,
too.
so option two, you're referring to the radial, just to confirm the radial pattern of the rockscape.
That's right, the radial instead of the one tone. And no shrubs, no way. Anybody? What would you guys like to see?
We
Come
can
on
open
up.
up for comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And to add on that, I don't know, I don't think the interim city manager's mic was on. If people go to Farmersville 198, they can see a similar design. Up and down Highway 99, you'll see a lot of the gateway monuments, City of Modesto. I think Tulare had some of their stuff done on their overpass. You see these type of things up and down the valley. Working with Caltrans to identify communities, beautify the off ramps is a very, very good program, and we just want to make sure we maximize the grant to get a design and monument that reflects community-based input, but reflects the community of Selma as well.
Very important. And then the Selma Monument, maybe put some grapes on there? Would it be a lot extra to put some grapes on the monument?
What we didn't add, we did incorporate grapes. The sidewalks are stamped with grapes.
So the sidewalks will be stamped with grape patterns.
Correct. And
How frequent? How?
I think it's every 3.
So it depends. Currently we have it every 15 feet, which is a standard curb length panel. But I mean, that could be up to discussion, council.
And that stamp would be with Public Works to repair or add in the future.
The reason I ask is that Selma's a little plain. You know what that, and I love it how we can string things from it. You know, you heard us talking about lights tonight. There's a lot we could do with that monument. Just wondering if we could squeeze some grapes in there, pardon the pun, on the top there or on the side.
Again, we can see if we can find a stock grape
A
monument.
stock grape.
And we'll do our due diligence on that item. I think we've incorporated, we can incorporate purple and the lavender for grapes, as well as doing the stamps, which we already incorporated in as well. The one thing I wanted to touch on, I think David touched on as well, the Gateway Monument, or the Gateway monument sign would be matching on both sides of the street, I believe. We have.
So there are two monument signs on either side.
Yeah, it would be like a gateway, and
We could string something
well,
from
you
sign
have
to
the
sign.
existing poles that are on Second Street, which we hang banners from. I think we hang, Merry
Christmas.
Christmas and
Yep.
stuff from those. The engineering on those poles, I don't know when they were done, but they've seen better days. And so the intent of the monument poles, rather than something, say, like an arch, was to be able to replace and put banners between, as well as not have any limitations on height if we had floats for parades, equipment come through, or anything like that. So it remains clear we don't have any obstructions. It's much more flexible, and we still have the ability to do what we do now with hang banners, lights, what have you.
Comment, Brian?
Brian
Ramirez,
Ramirez,
Commissioner.
I would like to see on that one, it's for me, it's too curved.
Which one?
That one, it's too curved. First, I would like a little bit more straight with a slight curve.
You like option one better than option two?
No, I like this option here. But I'm talking about the wording. Welcome to Selma. It's a little bit too.
Too much?
No, not too much. It's too curved. It's too yeah.
The wording, the lettering is too
Yeah,
curved, you
The way
can't
I'm
read it.
Understanding it is it's curved
Yeah.
along the radius. If we can put it on a panel that's at like a readable angle,
Right,
where you
exactly.
look back and you
'Cause
see
we-
it straight rather than at an angle.
Yeah, because when you come down, like you want to read it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And then the bear, I'm not a fan of the bear.
The bear.
Selma High,
Yeah.
I would like to see a statue of the grapes, if that's possible. I
Statue
know-
of the grapes
yeah.
instead of the bear.
Yeah.
Think about the flag.
A flag is a good
flagpole.
idea as well. Yeah. Possibly a fountain.
A what?
A fountain as well. Maybe a fountain. A fountain.
A fountain.
Yeah. And the reason why I say this is because this is this is Second Street. You get off the
Right.
99. You want to make
The
it.
water's an issue, though. That's the only thing. Would
Yeah.
you want a dry fountain? It'd be
We
hard to
have
put
get
water.
approval from Caltrans, and the reason we're doing xeriscape is I think we still have landscaping requirements we need to
Yeah.
meet. We don't have recycled water, which is usually a minimum requirement for most fountains as well. And so
They don't
a
do
fountain
water
at
this
this location, Caltrans would need to approve it. The likelihood of them doing so would probably be very low.
Okay, well, possibly a flag if, we can do the fountain. The reason why, I would want to go big on this is because, again, this is, you drive down this to Second Street, this is what you see. Yeah, so I would really want to make it pop, maybe invest in this more than, other things. And then,
You're saying if it goes over the 3 million, the city should fund that? Because the 3 million's the grant.
yeah, I mean, I'm not a council member, but, but like I said, again, this is what you drive into. This is Second Street, you know what I mean? And then on the sign for downtown, yeah, it's a little bit too plain for me as well. I would like to see maybe instead of having it up, on top, have it go vertical. Have it go vertical. Welcome downtown Selma.
Okay.
Maybe something different. Um,
And I think the plan for the monument, that was more of a placeholder. At the time when we were doing these items, we also didn't have a logo for the downtown bid or anything like that. So we would incorporate maybe city seal, downtown bid logo, and so that would spruce up that monument as well.
That would look really sharp.
and then on the lamps, I like the second option, the black ones, but maybe they were more rectangle, like a rectangle.
Did you like the radial, number 2? For the exit, for the actual xeriscape, option 2, did you like that one?
Uh, it's too much rocks for me.
Too much rock?
It gives me like too many rocks. It's kind of like a desert. No offense to anybody, but I would like to see maybe queen palms, like over on
The, no more foliage, none of that. Too much maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta use rocks.
Okay. Okay. And what about like the lavender flowers that he showed us? The lavender flowers? No,
Uh-uh.
nothing?
None of that.
Wow.
Just rocks.
Wow.
Because of the maintenance,
Yeah,
because
I
of
would say
the water
rocks would
issues.
do it like that at least, like not too much, where it's like, you know what I mean? I would do that, but then saying welcome to Selma. I mean, you want to keep it simple, I guess. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Good stuff.
One thing that I don't think we touched on either, a lot of the crosswalks, part of most Caltrans grants is pedestrian safety,
Oh, yeah.
cyclist safety. And so what we've done also with the crosswalks, if, Patrick, you could go to, add one of them that showed one of the crosswalks. If you look at the crosswalks will be more of an aesthetic to jump out to people so that they know that they're there. All the crosswalks on Second Street up to the end of the grant project will have, I don't know if you've been to Centennial Square in Old Town Clovis, where right in front of House of Juju, they have a square and all the concrete is different directions. That's what we plan on doing. It's a very nice aesthetic, not super expensive. It's not pigment, it doesn't have any pigment in it, doesn't require reapplication necessarily, and it's easy to replace. There were other options that we looked at. There were maybe I think it was like metal lettering in the crosswalks that had different languages, welcome to Selma, but from a cost standpoint and a maintenance standpoint, it brought us over budget. So we put our heads together to try and come up with some other aesthetics for pedestrian safety that we could maintain, that would look nice. And so you see some of the crosswalks that have different directional concrete to help with those type of things.
Got it. Yeah.
Stella Ramirez, Southern California. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't like the bear. He looks vicious. He looks like he has fangs. I don't know. It looks like a wolf, kind of like, and a lion. No. So it wouldn't be, the bear would be out for me. I was thinking, what about what we have right now going on behind the mayor, City of Selma? Why can't we keep that in place and make like a globe and have that there, like a big globe, and have City of Selma on there? Like a 3D. Yeah. Yes, that, and maybe do that on one side and do it on the other side. I'm asking too much. Have it revolve
No,
around like
now's the
with the
time.
light on, right?
Keep
No?
dreaming.
I'm dreaming?
In a good way. Keep imagining. That's what we're doing over here.
Okay.
Brainstorming.
Well, that was my dream, that have it revolve at night with the light on. Oh, that would look so pretty.
That would look good.
It would, but I gotta stay within budget,
Right.
so I would say it can't even light up, not revolve,
No, we're just trying to stay away from the water and
and
the,
lighting and, oh,
you know,
gosh.
the things that require a lot of maintenance. Stay
Stay
within
within the
budget.
budget. Okay, well, that was my idea. Just have it like a globe and put that on there.
Good stuff.
But maybe, well, what about this?
Huh.
You get a globe, you put that on there, and why don't you put solar lights hitting the globe so it could light up at night? I don't know. You could see it, make it see it.
Will there be lighting in there?
Typically, there's uplighting so that the signage doesn't go away, so people still know where they're at. And
Yeah.
most of those monumentations include uplighting, and that's what we would be
Great.
proposing.
And it's solar? Does it keep the,
I don't believe we propose solar lighting for the uplighting. You would still have to replace batteries and things like
is there
that.
well, I'm sure there's an electrical source there
Yeah.
somewhere. Okay. 'Cause there's a street light, a stoplight.
Yeah, so you would have, yeah, so I would say put, I don't know, like I said, if it would work enough, put the globe and then put the logo that's back
Good.
there. I think that would look nice. The lettering looks okay. That's not, I wouldn't want it straight, the lettering that on that white lettering. Would it be that one or would it be the other one that's curved? Oh. Yeah, we can still keep that on there and then put the globe in the middle and then even put the flag on the side of the globe. I think that would look nice. My second option, I know.
The budget.
Mhm.
So you gotta, you know, the monument's gonna have the seal. The monument's gonna have the grapes. You know, when you come in, on both sides of Second Street.
Oh, the one that's gonna be standing?
Yeah, the one's gonna be standing. We can incorporate the downtown Selma logo and the city of
We
Selma.
can do that on a monumentation. I think in addition, could we add the city seal maybe below Welcome to Selma?
That'd look good too.
Okay.
Yeah, that could probably be added as part of the lettering. So whenever we spec that out, we can look into
How do you
incorporating.
shrink the welcome to Selma so it isn't so busy, it doesn't take so much? Can you do it vertical or how would you reduce that space?
I don't know if we can reduce that space. Caltrans usually has design specs within their right of way to ensure people aren't squinting or stopping to try and read it. And so we probably would be subject to whatever lettering requirements Caltrans has.
Yeah, so part of that, Jerome mentioned, there's also like height restrictions, both too high, too low. You don't want anything that cars can run into. So actually right now I think the lettering's at 8 feet, which is kind of like a minimum distance, vertical distance before we need to put rails around
Oh,
the
gotcha.
monument. Um,
Yeah, we don't need the rails.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
so it'd be harder, and also visibility because the letters need to be a certain size. Currently, they need to be 2 to 3 feet tall to be legible. So once you try to go vertical,
Put
that
that box
limit.
on the left there.
that's an equipment box. That's like a utility box for
Okay.
Caltrans equipment.
That's where they could
Yeah.
pull the power.
Yeah,
probably.
and at the end of the day, Caltrans has to approve this. So the things that we do
Their-
match
their
their
turf.
specs.
Yep.
Yeah, and so things like mechanical equipment, rotating globe, those type of things probably aren't within their specifications. At the end of the day, I think we'll have an agreement to have to maintain this as well. And so incurring additional costs, we want to minimize additional costs.
Even
for
though it's
maintenance.
their area,
We're
the city would have to
Yeah.
agree to do the maintenance on it.
That's
Public
part of these
Works.
grants and part of these personalized monuments. They don't maintain for free.
Got it.
And where is the lavender, I mean, the flowers, the ones that you showed us, where is that gonna go?
That's number 3, and we're not gonna put those in.
No, okay,
Because they take water and maintenance.
okay. Oh, that's all I have. I don't have much of a budget, so.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your brainstorming. Come on up. Commissioner.
Hello, Lorraine Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. My suggestion is, I've gone through Fowler, I've gone through Parlier and Reedley. I love Parlier's, the way it stands up and you can see
Yeah.
Parlier like that. And if you do something similar to that, and then you have the flagpole, then that would incorporate to Centennial Park.
Okay.
If you do it like that. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you.
Teresa Salas. I like the first option with just those solid color rock. I think that one, it's the different color rock, I think is a little bit too busy. Maybe instead of welcome to Selma, City of Selma, and then where the O is, you could maybe put the world there on the O. And then I like the bear. I mean, maybe that one looks a little scary to people. Maybe you might be able to find something not as aggressive, but it's like
Or
you
like
mentioned.
Yogi or Fozzie.
Well, well, he mentioned that it's twofold. The city of Selma, I mean, the Selma High School Bears, and then the state of California. That is also our mascot.
Yep.
For the, so to have the bear there, I think I like that. But like I said, if she thinks he's scary, maybe you might be able to find something that doesn't have so many claws. I mean, there's something that doesn't look as aggressive, but or maybe modify that one a little bit. But there you go. Give him a pedicure. But the city of Selma would be less letters that would go around, you know, at that angle because there were fewer letters, so maybe it wouldn't angle so much. And then, like I said, maybe if you could modify the O to have the world or the city seal or something on there too, and then you'd still have room for your flagpole.
Great ideas. Thank you. We have anybody on the line? I saw someone's hand raised.
Caller, you're allowed to talk.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. This is Jose Moreno, downtown Selma committee member. Just want to chime in. This is great. This is a beautiful mock-up. I want to thank you guys for presenting this. Option two, I love option two, of course. And I think somebody reiterated using the seal instead of the bear. I agree with that. I think Councilmember Guerra said, welcome to Selma. Also agree with that. I think my only point is the font is kind of my catching point. I think Farmersville and Parley are all using like a very generic font that doesn't fit the theme of the downtown or the city. So I would suggest, I know there's height requirements. I would suggest maybe a font that's more aligned with our downtown Selma logo, just so things are a little bit more cohesive. When you get off the freeway, you see this sign and you drive down 2nd Street, you see the monument, everything kind of ties in together by visual. So that was my only suggestion was the font is a little bit too generic for my liking, but maybe that's something that could change. If we could align it with the downtown Selma font, maybe that's something we could coordinate. So thank you.
Thank you. Is that a possibility? Aligning the font with the downtown Selma font, which is a little more cursive-y?
We can look. I don't know if Caltrans allows cursive again.
I don't think it'd be
I think it would
cursive,
be
it'd be more slanted.
It would actually be the
Stylized.
downtown part, not the cursive part, but the downtown part. You'll see it's a little more condensed and the lines are a little bit thinner. It would essentially be that font.
We can verify specs to see if it can be done.
You can find it.
Yeah,
Within
typically
budget.
these are, it'd be like a sign company who makes these, so we just have to double check with them.
If they do a custom.
See if they can do like, they might be able to do, custom fonts.
Or have a choice.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your comment. Anybody else? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. If you're looking for direction tonight, am I hearing option two? And can we look at the you're hearing the options for, the downtown Selma, the city of Selma seal for the monument. And for that there, option two, we can look at the font, maybe jazz it up a little bit, maybe potentially see if we could get a flagpole in there. And the bear, it seems like there's some that don't like the bear, but the majority likes the bear. And And hold on, and then where would we put the seal in on here? Are we gonna put the seal in here, or will it just go in on the monument?
So just so I'm clear, when you refer to monument, you mean the vertical poles on Second Street,
Yep.
right?
Vertical poles.
Right, okay, so we can do that, I think no problem there.
Yeah.
With here, we can double check the height requirements, I'm thinking maybe like a city seal below Welcome to Selma on like its own little foundation or something like that. We could see that work.
Yeah, and I mean, we could also talk with the sign companies to
Yeah.
see if it's something that could be incorporated along the lettering.
Great, perfect. Councilman?
Well, I like to see the seal and the American flag, two American flags side by side on a.
I think we're gonna look at the flagpole concept there
Yeah, the
too.
flagpole concept, when that way
That in.
we're patriotic and they identify our logo, say, hey, support veterans in this
Go
country.
into the veterans.
And then
part.
it rolls into their downtown area, another segment of the city, I mean, the Bears, don't get me wrong, the Bears nice, but down the future, if they ever build another high school, they have a different mascot. That's good. No, I mean, I don't want to offend
it
anybody
Bruin.
down the future, but I think we should
Grizzly.
identify the logo of the city, who we are.
Absolutely.
Honestly, that's in the past, it was stamped and then passed on and passed on.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody, for their input. You got direction. You'll be bringing this back after you guys get a chance to scope this out a little bit.
I think we can work on some of these suggestions and send them out to council on what we're able to do, what we're not able to do in the interim. One last item, for clarification, did we want to include a secondary language on one of them? On one of the off ramps?
If it's doable,
Okay.
if it's, we can.
Oh,
squeeze it in
that
within
wasn't
the
even what
budget.
I was thinking about. That popped into my head too. With option two, with option two, you have multiple colors. What colors of the rock did we want to look at? The orange and black for,
Same ones that they have up there.
you want the same ones that are in the rendering?
Yes.
The green and
And the taupe.
okay, all right.
Yeah, they pop.
Mhm.
You need a vote? It's an
No, I think
action
we're good.
item.
I
We're
think we
good?
have
Okay,
consensus.
great.
Yeah.
Item 4.2, action item, consideration of resolution. Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate it. Great work. Consideration of resolution 2025-57R approving, and authorizing the city manager to execute a new agreement with Sharp Performance to provide wellness and coaching to the Selma Police Department law enforcement personnel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. What you have before you is an agreement to provide mental wellness coaching and services to our law enforcement personnel at the Selma Police Department. In 2023, we received a certain amount of monies to help kick off or enhance wellness services for our law enforcement officers and personnel. We've not used all those monies. We, I believe, have about $21,000 left over, which we must utilize in the next, I think, by 2026, the end of 2026. That said, while I was at Cal Chiefs in, I don't know where it was, I think it was Riverside this year, there was this company called Sharp Performance that came and spoke to the Cal Chiefs throughout the state of California. And in speaking with, or listening to this gentleman speak, we found that this vendor is culturally competent in that they are comprised of ex-military operatives and military personnel who have been in the field and are able to understand the demands that law enforcement and public safety put on our personnel. Additionally, wellness is now at the forefront of all law enforcement agencies throughout the nation due to, recruitment and retention problems and issues, as well as, suicide for cops is probably at the forefront of our goals to reduce those numbers. When I got into the business 28 years ago, we just kind of sucked it up. You go to these calls, you go through the events that you go through and you just kind of suck it up and You don't say anything to your partners, and you just kind of internalize that. But those going through those traumatic events day in, day out, year in, year out, they build on you. And many times we take that home to our families, and our families kind of take the brunt of all that trauma. Uh, so what wellness, these wellness vendors are able to help kind of get us to talk about those things and get them off of our chest so that we don't take those home, and we can stay married, hopefully, and become better fathers and husbands and or just people that are going to be healthy and be able to survive far beyond the 30 years that we're going to put into this profession. And then come out of it, healthy and not jaded and skewed, and can enjoy that retirement until God calls us home. So, what I'm asking is the council to approve this vendor to be able to provide that service to our officers. The one thing that we did was we asked Sharp Performance to come down and speak with several stakeholders within our department, SPOA president, some management team members, officers, dispatchers, just to talk about kind of the service they provide and what that looks like. Right now, there's a lot of vendors out there providing these services. A lot of them is kind of, they really push the app end of it. Though Sharp Performance does have an app that has videos, they also have one-on-one coaching sessions through that app and through live, or not live, but through virtual meetings and things of that nature. So the one thing that our staff really liked is, again, these this vendor is culturally competent, right? They've been in combat before. They're ex-military or sports psychologists, and that's kind of what I'm asking for.
What happens when the funding runs out for the current cycle and it renews next year? What's the funding stream for that?
So I'm working on this, on how we can move this forward, because after our Officer Crosco passed away, I think I met with every employee 30 minutes just to talk about, that they're going to hear ticks, right? They're going to hear ticks like an old car. When you drove a car a long time ago, you heard a tick. You took it to the mechanic, and he says, "Yeah, everything looks good. I don't hear anything." So a good mechanic would tell you, "Well, go back out there when you hear the tick again. Try to recreate that tick. Bring it back, and then we'll find a way to fix it." Well, the conversation I had with their personnel is that they're going to be out on the streets, and they're going to be doing their jobs, and they're going to hear a tick. And as soon as we can find out what makes that tick, the sooner we can get them the help that they need to fix that or resolve it or mitigate it. And that's kind of the conversation we have with every employee. We brought in a law enforcement professional that's been shot and survived and took that trauma home and ended up getting divorced over it. And that officer came and shared with our staff the importance of getting help with that tick so they don't take it home. We are working with Sharp Performance. They are going to pursue and help us pursue some federal monies, hopefully, if not state monies for wellness as well. So we're looking at different options to be able to continue this program beyond the first year.
But at least it'll be 1 year.
But at least we get
And
1
then
year.
we'll look at it again next year. and
Yes,
you'll-
Mayor, and we have to spend this monies. Either way, we've got to spend those monies.
Got it. 100% for it. Any member of the public have any input on this? Anybody online or on the phone with any comment?
Mayor, I see no one with their hands
Thank
raised
you.
at this
With
time.
that, we'll refer the matter back to council. Councilman Abbott.
Yeah, actually, he's right. These guys play 12-hour shifts, day in and day out, and I've been out there with them, it's not like, the pressure's on, you start the ship and hope you get home safe, and the criminals are out there, it's not like, sometimes it's a catch and release situation. You catch the criminal and the next day he's back on the street. The system is how would I say it? It's broken. Bottom line, it's kind of broken. And, it's frustrating for an officer. I just caught the guy the other day. I had to catch him again, right? And doing reports and all, and it gets frustrating. Sometimes they're human. They're human like anybody else. They don't, sometimes you want to leave it behind and sometimes you can't. And sometimes you need that extra help to leave that behind.
Yeah. Would you
And
like to make a motion to
I
approve
make
it?
a motion to do this.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
There you go.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, thank you. Item passes. 4-3, action item, consideration and necessary action on resolution 2025-58R, dissolving the Pioneer Village Commission, transferring its powers, and setting guidelines for service on city commissions. First reading and introduction of ordinance 2025-10, repealing chapter 9 of title 2 of the Selma Municipal Code. City Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, this is both a resolution and an ordinance, the first reading of the ordinance anyway. The ordinance is the one that includes the provisions creating Pioneer Village, and the ordinance is simply one that repeals those provisions and eliminates them from your code. The resolution will immediately, pending adoption of that ordinance, dissolve and disband the Pioneer Village Commission, and it will transfer all of the functions of the former Pioneer Village Commission to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Actually, it's Parks, Recreation and Community Services Commission, I'm sorry. And that is the gist of the resolution primarily. There are also other provisions in the resolution that I need you to be aware of, though. One of them, because of the transfer of the functions of the Pioneer Village to the Rec Commission, creates a new Recreation Commission, so to speak, or at least expands the membership from 7 to 11 members. And then there are provisions in paragraph 2 of the resolution that mimic what appears in the existing ordinance that relates to the Recreation Commission, just prescribing what the quorum results would be with an 11-member commission. There are additional provisions in there that allow for a single person to serve on more than one commission and allow relatives, either by blood or by marriage, to serve on commissions at the same time as their relative. Those are primarily intended to eliminate what was an unwritten rule, I believe. But it turns out that there are, in fact, still already some commission members that are both planning commission members and were Pioneer Village Commission members. So I don't think that rule really
applied.
was observed that strictly. But the one I was not certain whether you wish to go that route or not was the expansion of the Recreation Commission from 7 to 11. I don't know if that's too many members. It might make it a little bit unworkable and more difficult to. So it's something to consider. In any event, you can eliminate what you don't like from the resolution fairly easily and adopt the resolution as amended if you don't like that or any other provision in there.
Great, thank you for your report, City Attorney. I would agree that 11 is too many, 9 is too many. I mean, look at us up here, 7, and we're kind of we're not straining, but we're comfortable, but that's probably the limit here. I think that 7 is probably a good number to keep the Parks and Community Services Commission, which now has absorbed the Pioneer Village Commission. That would be my input on this, to keep that. And I really appreciate the clarification. We're kind of cleaning things up. This is kind of cleanup, as the city attorney said. It's been a custom in the past, and kind of a question on whether you could serve on more than one commission, whether husbands and wives or relatives could serve on commissions together. And I think this just really clarifies that yes, you can serve on more than one commission, and relatives can serve on commissions, because these are not paid. Nobody's making money on this. Everybody's volunteering. And it's appointed by the city council. So in terms of financial interest, it's just not there on the commission. These are
Well,
people who are
even
giving
if they
their time.
received a stipend is not considered money as far as financial interest goes. And typically your stipends are at a level that
And I don't
makes
think
them not
any
real money.
commissions any commissioners get.
You mean like our pay?
300 a month. All of us are doing it because, we're doing the best for our city, and we love our city. And we love
Can I ask Supervisor for Community Services to chime in? I mean, how do you feel about expanding it to 11 or even 9? Is that?
I think 11 would be a challenging number to accomplish, because only at that point you would have to have at least 6 members show up to a
Quorum.
meeting for a quorum. And as it is now, that's challenging even with our Recreation Commission to get all of them to attend. And so even with Pioneer Village, we haven't had a quorum only because it's a commission of 7 and we only have 3 active members. And so dropping it down to 7 would be a little bit easier for us to accomplish those numbers and be able to meet and conduct business on a regular basis.
Yeah,
There
and
you have it.
if you wish to make that change to the resolution, all you need to do is just strike everything in paragraph 2, beginning with the words, notwithstanding the provisions of Selma Municipal Code section, whatever it is there.
Got it.
And that striking would strike the rest of that paragraph.
So,
Okay, I'll modify that.
if I may, real quick, to piggyback on what, Liz said, Planning Commission's only 7 members, and we struggle to get a quorum too at 4. And so I think it would be consistent and in line with current practice to have a commission at 7. Additionally, I think we have 9 total active members that have terms. And so I don't know if they need to continue till their term completes. And then when their term completes, we just don't replace them till we get to 7. Would that?
No, we have a new
Does
group.
expire?
So
Okay,
we're gonna
cool.
change that on the next agenda. We'll handle that. Any item from the public? Any input?
Brian Ramirez, just a quick clarification. So nobody's being held accountable because they don't show up for their meetings? I mean, I would assume they should show up because they turn in an application. They should be, representing their board or their committee. So is that going to change as well? You miss 3 meetings and you're out. You know what I mean? Where's accountability here from those members? No offense to them, but it's you signed an application, you turned it in, you got selected by the council. You should respect that. You should respect your board members, your colleagues, the city. So that's just my input. Thank you.
True.
Well, they have 4 vacant positions. It's not as if 4 commissioners aren't showing up on Pioneer Village with Planning Commission. And I think generally speaking, there's a provision of like 3 missed meetings or 3 consecutive meetings.
I was gonna say, when I used to chair the commission, it was 3,
Yeah.
but it was never enforced. And that's,
And to that point, I think if you miss a meeting, I mean, it's professionals that volunteer, right? That they have daytime jobs that they may not be able to make a meeting. So it shuffles between which commissioners may be present. Maybe they have a game for their kid or something like that. So I don't think we're saying There's people who are consistently absent. I think we just have issues with volunteer commissions, generally speaking, because by definition, they are volunteers and they have other responsibilities.
Well,
that
and
they
they're
may
not
be able
getting
to
paid. I mean,
Correct.
we're getting paid, not a lot, but we get paid on council,
Full
so we need to be here.
Full volunteer.
Commission, nobody's getting paid. So if they don't show up, they didn't show up. And shoot, Pioneer Village, they didn't have a meeting for a year because they couldn't get a quorum and all that stuff. So it just wasn't happening for Pioneer Village. That's why, in my opinion, we're kind of recasting parks and community services. It's a whole new deal.
And you know what, with Pioneer Village needs a lot of help, and without them meeting and stuff, nothing's gonna get done, so, we need to do this, and, cause I mean, the bathroom need to be done, there's a lot of work to be done there, so hopefully Liz is up to the challenge along with the commissioners, and I think they'll do a great job.
Anybody on the phone or online with a comment?
Caller, you can talk.
Yes, good
Caller.
evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yolanda Torres. I am currently a commissioner on the Parks and Recreation, and I do agree that more than 7 would be kind of a challenge, like Liz says. We did discuss at our last meeting about taking on the Pioneer Village under the umbrella of the Parks and Recreation, and our commissioners were very excited about it. We're very excited to move forward and to start making some planning for our Pioneer Village and to see what we can do to bring in some revenue. So I think at 7, our cap should be at 7, and we welcome any and all new members. And like you said, these are volunteer positions, but when you do sign an application and you do commit yourself and you get voted in, you are, part of that is being responsible. You did it to serve your community and to make it better for your community. So I think people need to be serious about it when they do sign these applications, because it is a lot of hard work. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made, but it is for the betterment of our community and for the future of our children. So I really do like that we are dissolving the current Pioneer Village commissions, and we are bringing them on to the Parks and Recreation. So thank you for that, and we're really excited and looking forward to getting some stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring the matter back to council. If there's no more comments, is there a motion to make a modified?
Adopt the resolution as modified by striking everything beginning with the third sentence of paragraph 2, all the way to the end of paragraph 2, and waiving the first reading and introducing the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please. Tie for second.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 4.4, approval, consideration and review of Recreation and Community Services Commission applications with subsequent action to appoint.
Obviously, the commission has changed. So if my math is correct, now I wasn't a math major, so don't hold me to this. But I think we have a need now of 4 new people to be appointed, and you have 9 applicants. So
That's what I was looking at too, given that Jenna
who knew?
Perkovic, you got an A+ on that math. 4.0. Jenna Perkovic is the school representative, so she's on no matter what. So that leaves 4, and I propose with council's.
Wait a minute. We'll automatically have Natalie Gonzalez and
Well, we have the existing members that are
which is
still on.
Yolanda and Natalie.
Ms. Torres and
Natalie
Ms.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
They're still on the commission.
Right.
We had some expiring applications at the last council meeting, and we had some people who want to get on. So the way we handled it the last time was I brought up a name and we vote on it. And if we get a majority of yeses, they're on the commission. Once we get to 4, we're done. We don't keep going. So I'll start. If that's okay with council, we have consensus to do that? Okay. I will start with, Jeanette Solorio. Is there let's vote on Miss Solorio, yes or no? Can you call the roll, please, city clerk?
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sarah Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Solorio is appointed to the Parks and Community Services Commission. The next person I would bring up is Armando Guerra. Would you please call the roll?
up a bit. Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes. Thank you. Moving on. The next name will be Hannah Torres. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes. Okay, Ms. Torres is appointed, as well as Armando Guerra was appointed. The next name will be Brian Ramirez. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes, I want to thank everyone for serving on the commission and everyone who applied. If you didn't make it this time, keep your application on file and could very well turn out for the next commission opening. And with that, I believe we are done with our regular agenda items. And now we will move on to future, hold on. Okay, now we'll move on to future agenda items. Does council have any requests for future agenda items which are not subject to public comment and items require a consensus?
Yes, Scott, I do. I want to bring back Griffith and Construction for the fire station
You want to put their contract on discussion?
discussion, yes.
Thank you. Okay,
And also I'd like to bring back Mid Valley.
Mid Valley, 'cause
Okay.
you two were our
So I'm gonna bring
group
back
that
Melly to
represented
discussion on
us.
that as well.
Will we have Mid Valley representatives here for that
I
as well?
think, in the last discussion, Joseph will be here.
Thank you. And thank you for your service on that too.
I'm sorry, council, for clarification, was there a specific item, council member Avalos, or was it like a service update, or is it the contract?
It was for for the pickup day that we
Pickup
have
day?
Yeah.
every
Okay.
6 months.
Trash, yeah, trash.
Cleanup week or whatever.
Cleanup week.
Or
That's
cleanup.
better.
Can I go next? Oh, you done? You done? I'm sorry. Gotta make sure, cause.
Do we have consensus for both items?
Oh,
Or-
yes, yes.
For Councilman?
Sorry
Okay,
about that.
great. Consensus.
He keeps looking at
It'll be on there. Don't worry.
the dog dumping.
Dog dumping
He's got-
dog breeding.
Yeah, he's got, I guess, what do you call it? Ordinance all done and stuff.
Yes.
And also, when we had a discussion with the police chief about, switching, the shelter to community services, one of the things he mentioned is that, we need to get some cameras at the shelter because a lot of the animals get thrown over the fence. And without cameras, we can't figure out who did. I mean, they throw them, sometimes they get stuck on top of the thing and,
They do.
you know, they find them in the morning and it's crazy. So, I mean, I don't know how much it will cost to do, but I think it'd be a worthwhile investment. At least that's what I think. Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. It might keep people, even if the cameras not necessarily work or not. Just having the cameras are there might deter some of these people
would-
that are truly evil.
I would
and
like to
that
make sure-
Throwing their
I would like to
animals
make sure
out.
they work
Anyone that
with,
would do that would probably be stupid enough to be deterred by a camera, or maybe not.
Yeah, we were told that like I said, sometimes they'll throw them over and they don't make it and they get stuck on top of the fence. And I mean, that's cruel.
Yeah, it
So
is.
we need to be more proactive and with, with the new ordinance that we want to put on there, that'll help out a lot because there's a lot of dumping going. I'm sorry, but. needs
Hey, we
to
ought to
stop.
put the statue of the bear over there, maybe scare them, you know.
Hey, when they were talking about the bear, they should have told us we could have captured the bear when had live bear.
Oh, yeah, when the bear was on the loose up in Dinuba.
Probably so.
They come back, who knows?
Mayor, your turn.
All right, I would like to put on the this future agenda item. I'd like to put on buying 28 acres at Rockwell Pond. I think it's time to do it. We want to get a regional park. We should contact Mr. Erland at Fresno County and tell him, let's move forward on this.
There. We do have a meeting with the county, regarding that item. What is it, next week?
Great.
Yeah, it's next
You
week.
could just bring that back. We can discuss it.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. What else? What is it? I would like to know the claim process of turning a claim into the city insurance company. Because I just hear different things from our city attorney, from our directors. I'd like to know the exact process of steps. So if, say, an employee comes and says, I want to turn in a claim, or somebody wants to turn in a claim for the RMA or for the risk for the IRMA, I'd like to know the exact steps. Can only one person turn it in for the city, or can they go directly to IRMA to turn it in? How does that work? We don't have to do it right now, but I'd like an agenda item on that.
Mayor, and to clarify, is that specifically for IRMA employee related, or is that
Both.
for liability as well?
Both.
Okay.
Yes, RMA and IRMA.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I'd like to put on the future agenda item to eliminate the grants manager position. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Consensus, council members?
Yep.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Okay. I'd like to get a spreadsheet of all our projects. I know we're supposed to get it quarterly, so if we can get that updated with every item or an items that shows new business on there, because we get information from these businesses, and the next thing we know, they're opening, we didn't know about it. So if we can get that information, that'd be great. And then also, I just want to confirm financial reports. Are those being turned in by the Boys and Girls Club and the Chamber of Commerce on a quarterly basis?
I have not received any financial reports from the Boys and Girls Club at this time. I know that Diane just retired, and so they are going through a transition period with the new CEO. I am in the process of connecting with the CEO as well to make sure that, you know, we're inviting as a community and just welcoming him on board. And so that I will bring that up at an upcoming meeting whenever I get the chance to schedule that with him.
Okay.
So, yes.
Are you getting that from the chamber as well? Or I don't know if
I
you
don't
get it.
get
I
Yeah.
believe with regard to the chamber reports, we were out of contract for some time with them, so there was no reporting required. I think we just ended the quarter where they would submit the report, so we'll follow up with them and get that.
Okay, that's it for me.
Councilman Trio? Okay, that will move on to council reports. Councilmember Trio?
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I attended the Fourth of July event, great event. Selma, did a good job, and also attended the Legacy with Pastor Joe, with the kids. That was a good event in our community to see what kids are doing, and very knowledgeable kids, very innovation. I like what I saw of the future of the kids. I love it. I like to see the kids, their innovation, how their minds work and everything, And also, I did something unexpected. Avalos about Avalos is, I try to do things to appreciate things in our community. This week I contacted, one of my friends in, in a market, El Toro Market, the manager, and he was great. We made a discussion to, try to help our community in a different way. And he dropped a whole, I want to say a whole bin of watermelons and cantaloupes to the seniors, believe it or not. And they're very appreciative, at his cost. And he got them at Costco, bought them at Costco. And also he dropped, another bin at the kids that did the legacy event. So all those 40 kids will get watermelons at, Pastor Joe's church.
Oh, that was nice.
And this month, next week, I don't know what I'm gonna do next month, okay? Different surprises. I'm working, don't worry. Liz knows I'm working, okay?
Work very hard
I'm
for our
trying to-
seniors. Thank
What
you
I'm
so
trying
much.
to do, guys, is, and I want to appreciate people in our community, and I want to recognize them who they are. I have an individual that, I think the council will appreciate this individual. Right now, I won't reveal it, okay? And she's been in our community for a long time. And and she should be recognized. I'm gonna put that on our next council meeting
Certificate of recognition.
for the recognition,
Okay.
okay? Special recognition. Okay, OC.
Sounds good.
But
Okay.
that's all I gotta say. And I thank my wife. She first time she made a comment, so I gotta thank her on that issue.
A good one.
Next time you're getting the goodies, can you bring some for staff and council? I mean, I would like a watermelon or something,
Can he
that's-
deliver some to council?
Right now, when it's hot, you open up a watermelon, you put tahini on it, and lemon. Do I need to describe more?
No.
Anyways, I went to Vegas for 4 days for the Tejano convention. It was a wonderful time, but man, was it hot. And then I found out that it was hotter here. So yesterday when I drove back, I got here around 3 o'clock, it was hot. It was hotter than in Vegas, if you can believe that. So, but I attended the Pastor Joe Legacy event, which was great. Other than that, I'm retired, so I'm like Jim, I don't do anything. I'm gonna have to go requesting watermelons for us. Almost. One of the things I had talked to Scott about, and I ran it by a couple of employees here, and um, we wanted to see about doing come meet your city council with all employees, because you'd be surprised how many people out there, they see you, when I come in, they see me, they don't know who I am or anything. I have to ask, hey, who are you, and I think it'd be great to do like something maybe here after work, or, bring in some food and whatever, refreshments, and get to meet council, we want to know that we're working together. We don't want to be the enemy. Some people may look at us as the enemy. We're not the enemy. I mean, we may argue or whatever, disagree, but that's just my opinion. I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
I'm sorry.
Okay, 10 o'clock. We gotta go in closed
I'm
session.
sorry. I forgot to bring it. During the discussion today, the lift station on Clark Station, they're waiting for the, I want to say the PG&E, and also there's a electrical box they're waiting for, and it'll be up and running. And I'll keep you informed. As soon as it gets up and running, I'll notify.
That's gonna really help the west side, big time.
Okay.
Thank you,
The Starbucks, they're waiting for PG&E too. Everybody's waiting for
Thank you.
PG&E.
everybody. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go for it.
Okay, I attended the fireworks show on July 3rd. It was such a great time, great show. I appreciate staff for your hard work putting that together. That was just phenomenal. I think the crowd, the amount of people that showed up was probably one of the best so far. So I want to thank you guys for everything you do. I also attended the Legacy Quantum Glow event. And it was really nice to see these kids doing these neat artwork, you know. I mean, it was amazing. They had a great teacher that I guess this is her business. She comes from Dinuba, and she really put these items together, and it's the future. It's these kids were so involved, and I really appreciated her doing that for these kids that probably would never be able to do something like that. So that was a really nice event. And other than that, that's it for me. Again, I just want to thank staff and our citizens that come out, and hopefully the citizens were listening tonight, so there's no misunderstanding out there that our Schaefer lights are going to get put in. We're working forward. I mean, council members, myself, I'm not an installer. I'm an insurance agent, so they get that a little bit confused that we as council are the ones that are going to install it. So I just want to put that on the record. No, we do not. Staff does. So we have a contract agreement, hopefully. We'll have that tomorrow, and then we can move forward. So, thank you.
I think we made progress tonight. We had some difficult discussions, but we are moving it forward and we're moving in the right direction. We're going to keep moving in this direction. That's why you elected us to do your work. I want to thank everybody on the commissions. I want to thank all the employees. I want to thank City Council for showing up for things like the Quantum Glow and STEAM event, for showing up for the 1-year anniversary of Maiden Voyage. You didn't have to do that. It was the day after it was the 4th of July, for crying out loud. Thank you, Robert and Irene Vasquez, on doing a really good job this year and being so into Selma and helping our city. The fireworks show was really great with the Morenos. I attended a LAFCO meeting. I got the meeting where the Raisin City annexation was going on with the water district. Usually these meetings are fairly short. This one was 2 hours, so I see why this alternate got that meeting. I attended a bid meeting last night. Very good stuff. It's moving. A lot of the issues covered last night pertain to what we talked about tonight on the Second Street. So it's a puzzle that's interlocking. I saw Caltrans working on beautifying the 99 ramp at 43. So thanks for that. Last item, I got an email from Taylor Kimber, the Central California coordinator with the governor's Central California Office of External Affairs located in Fresno. So this is a liaison between the state and between our local governments. And they want to have a 30-minute Zoom call with the mayor, me, and I would like to invite any council member who would like, up to one, because we have Brown Act, but any council member who would like to join me on that call. There are a bunch of dates here. Let me know, and we could move forward on that. And with that, we will move on from our council reports to our last oral communications. Anybody have anything they'd like to say before we go into closed session?
Stella Ramirez. I just want to give a shout out to Jordan Fuentes. He fought the other day, and everybody was really excited about the fight. They were actually asking on social media, are they going to stream it and all that? Commissioner Brian Ramirez went out there, and he got to get a picture with him and congratulate him, you know, on his knockout. But I was thinking maybe we could give him some type of recognition here. I think that would be awesome. But it was a great fight, knockout, and he did an awesome job. And I just want to say congratulations to him. Thank you.
Our
Thank
future
you.
golden boy.
Golden Gloves, Golden Boy. Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no one online at this time.
Great, thank you.
If I could.
Sure.
I wear various hats, and so I'm putting another hat on today. And so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I come before you on behalf of an item that you're going to see in front of you during your closed session. And so I'm hoping this is the appropriate opportunity to address you. So I come on behalf of our bargaining group, which is our mid-management CLOSIA group. We've been operating since 2022 without a contract. And so we are the last bargaining group that has not reached a resolution at this time, and we respectfully ask for your support in finding a fair and timely solution on the item that will be presented in front of you tonight. Our group is now only comprised of 7 dedicated employees, and we continue to serve with professionalism and commitment despite the prolonged lack of an agreement. We have shown faith and good faith throughout this process, but after nearly 3 years without a contract, the need for closure has become very important to us at this time. We understand the complexity of negotiations and appreciate the efforts that have gone into reaching agreements with the other bargaining groups. However, we're seeking equality, respect, and acknowledgement, and continued support from our council for our contributions that we give to our community and our constituents here. And so with that being said, we're ready to work collaboratively, and we ask that the city meet us with the same willingness and urgency to finally come to a resolution at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Oh, and by the way, put your other hat back on. Community service. You now have the animal shelter under community services, and Councilmember Oseguera and I are on that, that advisory committee for the animal shelter. So if you would like to meet with maybe the police chief, if it's appropriate, he's not really involved in that anymore, but he has been for a while. If you want to meet about that, let us know, because there's going to be a job opening for a shelter manager. So when we can get together on that, I want to make sure that you're prepared for the animal shelter in the future.
Absolutely. I am aware of the transition. I was informed that the transition would take anywhere from 60 to 30 days until that position is filled. At this time, I'm pending conversations with the chief. We have sat down and had some preliminary conversations at this time. We're ready to take it on board. We're just not 100% there yet at this
Right.
time. We're looking for that shelter manager position because our staff is already spread so thin. So with that being said, we're ready to take it on as soon as someone comes in and assists us with that process, but we'll make sure it's a smooth transition.
Great.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Okay, with that, we are going to adjourn from this meeting into closed session. The closed session item tonight. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break before we go into closed session. City Attorney, what are our closed session agenda items tonight?
You have one item pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6.
Got it.
Which is a negotiation with the CLOSIA relative to the mid-management bargaining agreement. You have a consideration of a conference with a real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 relative to APN number 358-08079, which is 5 acres of vacant land on McCall and Nelson. And you have 2 items of potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. And you have the one that you added, which is Government Code Section 54957, personnel matter relating to all positions in all departments.
Perfect. Thank you. With that, we will adjourn this meeting and go into closed session after a 5-minute break. Thank you.
I said this was going to be a quick meeting, didn't I? Shows how wrong you can be, huh?